And we're live. This is Julian Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company. I hope everybody is having a great Black History Month. I know I am. It's been great. It's crazy. If you can see the behind the scenes right now, I got all these gadgets going around me, but it's good. You know what I mean? Because I'm streaming on all platforms right now. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Clubhouse. Oh, check this out. Get some replays, okay? So yeah, if you want to follow me on Clubhouse, let me know, and I'll send you guys the link. Hi, Kareen. I hope you're doing well. Hi to those that are watching me on YouTube right now. Great. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Tonight, as usual, I don't have a really set schedule what to talk about. I'm just in the warehouse today doing a lot of packaging. I got a lot of orders to get out, but I've received a lot of Seamoss. Hey, Matthew, what's up? Thanks for joining us in the Clubhouse. Let me know if you have any questions. And let's turn down this music a little bit. The beat's nice, but it's cool if... Yes, let me get you the link for the Clubhouse in 1 second. Got my iPad here. And how do I share that? Share the clip. Let me go. Are you are you on YouTube or are you? Yeah, you're on YouTube. So let me go on to the YouTube channel and I'll drop that. But I'll probably drop it on all the streams. YouTube. I think I have access to YouTube here. So gonna be a little echo. Oh, be a little echo. I can't paste it here. That's weird. Let me just go back to photo. See? Oh, you know what? Because it's a video. Oh, here it is. Okay, found it. Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry for this little bit of disorganization, but we'll get there. There's the link to the Clubhouse. Join me right there, and you'll see. Hey, what's up, Plant B Fitness? Let me know if any of you guys want to join me on the live stream and talk more, get your questions answered. I got a lot of new Seamoss in. Oh my God, the purple I got was like gorgeous. It was like perfect. It was the perfect purple. That's like how awesome. I was really stoked and excited about the purple that we recently got on our last shipment. And so, yeah, maybe later on I'll put some gloves on and whatchamacallit. Oh, yeah, so you left, I see your Matthew, right? What's up, Matthew? What does BCSWNC stand for? Is that BC? I don't know. What does that stand for? Let me know. And hey, if you want to join on the video, I'll even send you guys some invites. I see Iced Out Baby Cakes is watching. I think you're from Toronto. We've talked before. If it is, hey, what's up? Long time no see. And yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, it's me just in the warehouse tonight doing. I gotta pack all these orders to get the labels and stuff like that. So I figured, hey, let's do the live stream while I'm doing this at the same time. Oh, Bull City Soap Works. Oh, that's a cool name. Are you guys? What city are you in? What town are you in? And are you thinking about putting Seamoss in some of your soaps? I think soaps is like a really like sort of like underrated market. Like there's a lot of room there. Nice. You should see if you're able to incorporate the Seamoss into your soaps. I think that's a like I said, it's a great product. I had my daughter once make Seamoss soap, and I use it all the time on my skin. Anytime I have any sort of scratches or blemishes, you know, it's great. Oh, that's awesome! You're from Durham, North Carolina. You have Seamoss soaps out already. Awesome. Well, you definitely, if you do wholesale and you sell yours in bulk, I know there's a lot of people out there that are looking to add soaps to their menu and to offer that as a product, but they don't have the time or the energy to invest in making the soaps themselves. That's awesome, man. You have it on Etsy and in your wife's salon. Etsy is a really sort of underrated marketplace. I think that everybody needs to at least have some sort of presence on Etsy because there are so many people buying on Etsy. It's crazy. You know, I know someone that does like thousands of dollars in sales every month on Etsy. You know, and so excuse me, it gets kind of dusty in here with the salt and everything, and so I'm always like. It just makes my allergies act up. So sometimes I gotta blow my nose. Yeah. So that's cool that you're on Etsy, and yeah, like I said, it's a great platform. I think everybody needs to spend a little time. You know, it's a cool platform, and I don't want to blow it up for this one guy, but he was on telling me about eBay. And I never thought about using eBay as a way to sell Seamoss, but in some ways, it's like, you know, you can't dismiss any sort of platform on which you can get attention. You know, as long as people's eyes are somewhere, you want to be trying to get your product in front of the eyes, because the more eyes that you put in front of your product, you know what I mean, the more people chances are of you selling that product. Now, ideally, when you want to pay for that opportunity, you definitely want to make sure that it's highly targeted and you're not wasting your money spending it on eyes that aren't interested in seeing it. But when it comes to free and just like out there, you know, public domain, you want to try and get you know, as many eyes as you can for free, you know, as long as it's not costing you time or energy. You know what I mean? What's up, Motor City Boss Man? I hope you're doing well. So yeah, oh, sorry, I thought you asked me to send the link for Clubhouse. Can we order the new stock of purple now? Yes, of course. Any orders that go out now is going to be of the new purple. And let me see if I have a bag. Let me throw some pink gloves on, and I'll pull out a bag of the purple so that you guys know I'm not. There's a bag of the purple getting ready to be shipped. Well, thanks, Angela. I see it says, I joined the Seamoss Club and started following you on Clubhouse. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So yeah, here's the purple that's coming out. It's salty. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it is really nice purple. Nice dark pieces. Yeah. Sorry, just getting dust on the computer. I still think this is. So yeah, really nice purple. Deep color, pretty uniform. I mean, there are some light pieces here and there, but what I like is the smell. The smell is really nice and clean and fresh. You know what I mean? A lot of times you'll get this and you'll have a really strong sea moss taste. You know what I mean? Yeah, these are good. BCW BCSWMC, Coal City Soap Company. I think that's what he was saying. He was talking about these bags, saying that they're the bomb. Yes. What is it? Pouch Makers is the maker of these stuff. And yeah, I haven't really found an American company that would sort of be comparable. But I'm always keeping my eyes out. And when I do, I think I'm gonna, I think soon I got to sort of like put together a list of all my like contacts or different resources that I have available through my searching, even the ones that I don't necessarily use myself. They'll probably be useful to someone else who can take it and like especially for like because I'm based more in Canada than the United States. So if I have like a bag company or a thing, I really want to start working towards developing relationships with different companies and sort of bringing them in and utilizing their expertise, leveraging it like the group to get discounts over the group. So maybe even finding a bag company that I can work with and get like discounts on certain size bags for everybody. Like imagine, because like for the most part, this is the size bag that we use for a 1 pound. Everybody's going to use the same bag because they're all putting the same size pound in it, right? And so if I can go to someone and say, hey, you know what I mean? Like if someone uses this code and they order it, can we get it like on a corporate rate or, some kind of group plan? Or maybe, I might even just bite the bullet and buy a bunch of bags and just kind of hold on to them to make sure that when people need them, that they can get them. And, that might even be beneficial to some people because these bags come 500 to a box, right? And so what if you only needed 100 bags? Like who's going to sell you 100 bags, right? I know if I had a whole bunch of bags, you know what I mean? I'd do it. I would be selling the bags right now, but as crazy as it sounds, the only reason why I'm not selling the bags is because I just haven't sat down and calculated how much I pay for the bags per bag to decide on what would be an appropriate or fair price to charge for the bags. So maybe I'll get around to that and we'll be starting to offer these bags to people so that they can sell it, you know? How's shipping with all the trucks parts? That's a good question. I don't know. Um, we do a lot of the shipping ourselves. So recently, I can just flip the camera over for the Instagram people because it's like right in front of them. I'll just do that quick. But if you look there, that's the shipment we just got in. About 54 boxes or 55 boxes. One box is the spices. And we went and picked that up with a U-Haul and picked that up from Air Canada. It was fucking me and my brother, because usually the normal shipper that we got, I can pull it up to a ramp and they put it right in with the what do you call this thing? Fucking the forklift. And so I you know, at this particular location, they didn't have that kind of setup at Air Canada, and so we had to handball everything in, and so it's 54 boxes, and some of these boxes weigh as much as like 90 pounds. So it was like, trust me, like it was not treacherous, but it was definitely a labor of love, if I would have to, you know, use that kind of terminology to describe that. So definitely a labor of love, but we got it in there, we got it done, and you know what I mean. I was able to fulfill new orders with fresh Seamoss, and now I'm getting a lot of these kind of orders out. Although the whole time we've been like getting orders out one at a time, you know what I mean? And so that's how it is. Right now, I'm buying shipping labels, and I use a combination of different ones because of depending on where we're shipping to and the size of the package. Not all shippers charge the same rates. You know, some places they have like almost like a minimum charge. So whether you know, charge half a pound or 5 pounds, it's the same price. You know what I mean? And yeah, yeah, I'm glad to hear things are moving too with the truck. But you know, this trucking stuff, here's the thing: I don't trust anything I see on the news. Nothing, nothing, anything you see on the news, guaranteed. Whoever wrote that piece of news, it's biased to whatever they're thinking at the time. You know what I mean? And the fact is that the news and TV in general, it's like its sole purpose is to sell you advertising. It's to make you buy shit. So they're going to do anything and everything that they can to keep you on these platforms. It's just like social media, right? It's just like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. They're making you, you know what I mean? But with the TV, they use the news outlets, the fear, all this kind of shit. You know, shitty fucking television shows that make no sense. You know what I mean? And so I can't watch that garbage, and I don't watch it. And so, uh, to me, what I see them like, they're all talking about the things organized by white supremacists and this and that. You know, whatever. Like, I don't know if you've watched tow truck guy. I mean, like big rig truck. They're not all white. Most of them, from what I saw, they're South Asian and other cultures. So, like to say that, I doubt it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but my point is that they have a legitimate cause, a legitimate reason, and now that they're getting some traction, all this negativity is coming out about them, and that's why I don't watch the news or pay attention to it, because I know that it's all one big giant manipulation. You know what I mean? It's all to control our minds. The television is a big brainwashing like tool. You know what I mean? And so I don't like, because I'm aware of it, I don't fall for it. So I'll leave it at that. Boom, boom. I know that was a little bit of a rant on the truckers and stuff. I just, because I saw on the news today, the news, they showed some clips someone shared where they were complaining because this ambulance was trying to get through the trucks, and the trucks were all like blocking the area and stuff like that. And what fucking like sort of enraged me is that I know that area where they were filming, and it's almost like I want to say like to the ambulance guy, like, what the fuck were you thinking going down? Like, turn around, go down a side street, whatever. Like, you're going in the main traffic where you know a protest is, and you're worried about it being blocked. Like, come on, man, you know it's blocked. Why? Like, if it was traffic, you know what I mean, rush hour traffic, they would have took an alternative route. They wouldn't have gone down that street, knowing that it's jam packed in rush hour. So, so Myra asked the question here. Said, I'm thinking about getting some Seamoss for you. I'm not sure what color I should order. You know, I get this question asked a lot. You know what I mean? And
my advice is this. If you're not familiar with the Seamoss, if you're, you know what I mean, if you haven't tested a lot of different Seamosses, stick to the gold. I take the gold every day, and I'm happy with the gold. I think the gold is great. The gold is strong enough. It has enough nutrients. It's everything you need. Now, that being said, I wouldn't be opposed to trying the purple once in a while. But the purple is really strong, and I think I feel like it's hard on my body. It does a lot of work in my stomach. If I take it for a long period of time, I feel like, it's just too much. And I would even, like, I'm almost like subconsciously, I go right back to the gold because I think the gold is just more easily consumable, if that makes sense. It's not all about, getting the highest dosage and the most, the best, nutrients and stuff like that. If you have a good diet and you take enough Seamoss, it should be fine. And I mean, if you're worried about that, take more of the Seamoss. You know what I mean? With the gold Seamoss, you can take a lot, and I feel like it's not going to be as hard as if you took a lot of purple. So that's my advice. Is, go with the gold. Maybe get a sample of the purple and see if you like it. Most people that I talk to don't like the purple. It's too strong in the sea smell and the sea taste. Forget the strength of the nutrients. It's just for some people it's seriously nasty. And so to tell people like, oh, you need to go with the purple, that's the shit. You know what I mean? I don't think that's good advice. You know what I mean? Especially when I'm not taking the purple, and I'm not a big fan of it. Now, I'll take the green once in a while to kind of like clean my system out or detox, especially if I like went and say like binged eat a bunch of garbage food and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, for sure. But I don't know. I think the best thing to do is to ask a few people because everybody's going to give you their own opinion. There is no right or wrong answer to that sort of question, But my general advice all the time is test it and see what works for you. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Hey, sorry if I butcher your name, Arena. Thanks for joining us on Clubhouse. Let me know if you have any questions and stuff. We're just having like an open discussion about Seamoss right now. Someone on Instagram is asking me if they, what kind of color should they get in the Seamoss, and like is purple or green or the full spectrum and stuff like that. And I was just kind of giving my opinion, which is I prefer the full spectrum, not full spectrum, sorry. I prefer the gold for everyday use, and then once in a while I might try the purple. But the full spectrum is actually good too. I think that too, because you can almost, if you get enough of it, you can almost separate the colors and have some purple, some gold, some green, and it's kind of like an even balance. So Angela Harris says, I saw videos when dehydrating Seamoss, it's really thick. Is your Seamoss like that? I think the thicker the Seamoss, is it gel better? So to answer your question, no, our Seamoss is not that thick because it's been really dry, right? So the more you dry it, the thinner the Seamoss will go. And so when you rehydrate it, it gets kind of thicker and goes back stronger, or gains its sort of mass. That being said, like, I don't know. The jury's still out. Here's the thing. You might be right in the sense that the more moisture, the gel is in there, right? Because I've seen situations when the Seamoss is drying that a lot of the gel can be sort of dried off or dripped off, right? Most of the time when the farmers dry it, they dry it in such a way so that everything kind of sticks together. But it is possible to have that, in a situation where it is thick. But to buy thicker Seamoss, I'm somewhat against it, mainly because the more moisture that's in the Seamoss, the more chances you have of it becoming more susceptible to mold and bacteria and stuff like that, and that can really make you sick. And so I would prefer to have drier sea moss, knowing that it's been preserved properly, than to have sea moss that, like a lot of this sea moss that people call pool grown, is really just sea moss that hasn't been dehydrated properly. And those that like buy large quantities of sea moss, and especially when they explore sea moss from different countries and stuff, you'll learn that. And a lot of the Asian countries, you can actually buy sea moss in two different variations. You know, you can either get it dried at 35% or you can get it dried at 10%. The 10% is similar to what we have in St. Lucia, where it's dried really to this sort of kind of consistency, right? But the 30% dried is it's got more moisture to it, and that's why it's more pliable and it looks like it's thicker and it's gummy. Here's the reason why I disagree with it. One, I think I mentioned it before, is the bacteria in the mold. But two, the volume that you get for sea moss is huge. You know, whereas the wet sea moss, this bag might weigh half a pound or a third of a pound. Whereas this is a full pound that you're getting. You're not going to get that same volume on wet sea moss. And so that's why I feel like it's better to get the dry stuff, and it's going to last longer, and it's going to be safer, in my opinion. Uh, so Angela says, "Thank you. I need to try the gold. I've only used the purple." Yeah, I mean, if you use the purple, then you should have no problem enjoying the gold. It's going to be a lot lighter and more milder, and you know, you can probably take it in greater quantities. You know, it's both all the same sea moss. You know what I mean? It's just the way it's dried at the end of the day. Right? All of it's good for you. And for the most part, you know, from what I understand, I could be wrong, but purple hasn't been around for a huge amount of time. And everybody, for the most part, has been taking the gold and they're happy with it. You know what I mean? Like, it works. And so, if it works, that's a good thing. Just purchasing labels if you're wondering what it is. Does the purple give you the most energy? You know what? That's a good question. I honestly don't really know because it's been so long since I've had purple. And maybe that's what I should probably do soon is make up a batch of purple and really test it. I know the gold gives me lots of energy and the gold works great. You know what I mean? And so to answer yourself, Thai guy, yes, I sell wholesale. I sell actually a lot of wholesale. If you want to take a look here, I'm just going to switch the camera here on Instagram. All these boxes here are Seamoss. We actually just received the shipment 3,000 pounds just a couple days ago. Hey, light always wins. Julian, which herbs do you have now? Or are you going to be pricing soon? Yes, I'm hoping to be pricing soon. And I have a lot of different herbs. And if you give me a second, I will pull them out. I'm really proud of them. They look great. And hold on 1 second. I just want to check something. Because sometimes with the shipping, I like to ship it different stuff, and if I think I can ship it one way for cheaper, I'm gonna go and do that way because everybody likes to, get fast food shipping. So I always try to help. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. In case anybody's wondering who I use to buy my shipping labels, I use eShipper. That's who I'm using right now. I was using NetParcel for a while, and then eShipper kind of emailed me, and I was using a few of them. NetParcel. I think in the States the best one is Pirate Ship, but I was using this one, NetParcel and eShipper and stuff. And then eShipper called me and just said, "Hey, we want to do some business with you," and I was like, "Okay, sure. Well, this is what I want." And so they were like, okay, and so I'm getting better appearances, and it's a win-win for everybody. And I think that's something that's important to mention is that sometimes you need to just go out and reach out to these people and say, hey, what is it going to take to get your business? I want your business. What do I need to do? You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you, I've done that. I've called, and maybe not in Seamoss, but in other industries, I've called them and said, hey, I want to get into business. I want your business. What do I need to do to make a deal work? You know what I mean? And then they'll tell me, well, you need to come under this number. And sometimes I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm not coming out of that number. And then I go move on to the next. You know what I mean? Um, he said, I like the support with eShipper. They're always available to call. Yeah, I agree. I agree. What's up to Chi Eritrean? I have a special love for Eritrean people. I used to, one of my I wouldn't say original bosses, but a guy I used to work for a long time, and me and him got really tight. He was Eritrean, and he really introduced me to the culture and the food. And I love Eritrean Ethiopian food. Like injera is like, oh my god. And I'll never forget working with him on Saturdays or Sundays. I think he used to have us come in work, and his brother had a restaurant called Hata Hata, which means like hurry, hurry, or something like that. And they would bring in food to eat. And so it was like scrambled eggs and, you know what I mean? It was the fava beans and all that stuff. And they would get the crusty bread and we eat the bread. And everybody would sit, the whole office would sit around and have this meal together. We were sharing out of one bowl. And it was beautiful. And it would really teach me a lot about community and sharing and just respect for each other because you know what I mean. You don't want to be like fighting over food. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's so seeing your name. Thank you. It really brought back memories of hanging out with him and his family, and going out to his house for dinners where they're all they get together and everybody spoke Eritrean. I had no idea what no one was saying, but I enjoyed it. And the music is ill. You know what I mean? And you can do the dance and the. Says I sent an email to you guys a few days ago. How long is the delivery expected to arrive in the East Coast? So depending on where you are exactly in the East Coast, like say New York or stuff, it's usually about 2 to 3 days, sometimes 4. Sometimes lately, what's been the problem, and I'm going to be straight, is that we've had a little bit of an issue getting the orders out in a timely fashion. There just seems to be a lot, and I don't have enough people in uh, the warehouse to help me. That's why I'm here right now doing packages to sort of help speed it along. So hopefully by tomorrow, we're going to be all caught up with all the orders that have been waiting to go out. And say, hey, oh yeah, see you over there from Clubhouse. Nice to see you. And you should have joined in on the conversation and talk. You know what I mean? I always do better when I have a guest to kind of communicate with. It sucks, doing this all alone. Well, it doesn't suck, but it's challenging. I always feel like I'm just ranting. I always like to have the back and forth conversation with people, so it's like a discussion. But such is life, and whenever someone's ready to be there, they can be there. It is what it is. Let's see. European package. Okay, Virginia. So yeah, it shouldn't be too long. Maybe 3 to 4 days, I would say, at the most. surprised there's not a lot of people watching today. Usually there's more. You know what I mean? And more people joining in on the conversation. So Ty Guy says well, I need advice for my Seamoss product, so I'll be ordering soon. Well, hey, let me know what advice you need. Like any questions. Like we can even discuss about it now. Why don't you? I'm going to invite you to discuss it. I'm going to invite Ronnie too. I'm going to call you Ronnie because it's easier. Hey, what's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Not bad, not bad. I'm there.
All right, so what I'm trying, I've been looking at y'all site for a while these days, and I've been trying to see like what I could do with my business when I'm trying to start a business with Seamoss products.
Uh huh.
And I don't want to say the exact product I'm trying to do, but I want to do Seamoss products. So I need, I think at first it was like 5 to 10 pounds, but I just need to, I kind of need to speak to someone every now and then about it, so I can learn. If it's someone directly, that's better than watching YouTube, stuff like that.
For real, especially if they have been involved with it. You know what I mean? And they have like some people have firsthand knowledge. You know what I mean? And they're able to see it from their own perspective and stuff like that. And it's easier than reading a book. Like I learned so much from talking to the farmers than I have read on any YouTube stuff, especially when it's talking about the growth conditions or why this sea moss is more readily available than this other one during a certain season and stuff like that.
I went to market. You don't have you don't have like I can't find any sea moss like a local place that sell it except for like some of like a Vietnamese place or something like that. So I went and bought some. It was real salty. It looked a little different. It wasn't as fine. But I heard you say earlier, it depends on percentage. How is it like 10 or 35%?
Yeah.
Something like that. So but they said I actually talked to the person who owns the location. She said it's from Vietnam.
Yep.
But I keep hearing that St. Lucian is probably better quality. So I automatically want to go there.
So,
but I did want to try out Vietnamese stuff so I can see if it does. But I can't buy bulk from there anyway. So I've been looking for a bulk supply.
Yeah, so you can find Vietnamese people to buy bulk from, and I'll be honest, right? I'm not gonna lie. There is some good, like people shit on the Asian Seamoss, but there is some good people selling. Like I've seen it, you know what I mean? And I've talked to people that are buying it. I know people that are using it on a regular basis, you know what I mean? And so a lot of them are happy with it. A lot of them sit there and say that, their customer service is outstanding. Anytime there's a problem, they can send the Seamoss back and get new Seamoss. That's good service, you know what I mean? And
that's the information that I need.
And the Seamoss is cheap. You know what I mean?
It is cheap. But I went on a big supplier. They trying to sell it for like Vietnamese moss. It was like $1 for a pound or something like that.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that because they might be some different type of quality or something.
Well,
I want to get the best quality. That's all that matters to me.
I think that's possible, and also what's possible is that there's maybe other hidden fees that you're not aware of, mainly in the shipping and stuff like that.
Probably shipping cost.
Yeah. Plus, you might have to wait like 8 months for that Seamoss. Because a lot of the guys, that's the what? St. Lucia's in the Caribbean, so it's considered the Lesser Andes. It's in between Martinique and St. Vincent. That's another good country for Seamoss too. St. Vincent, Grenada, Aruba, Antigua. Belize has good Seamoss. Like, I'm gonna tell you, I'm biased, right? I'm selling St. Lucian Seamoss, so I'm always gonna say St. Lucian Seamoss is the best, right?
Right.
Yeah, but that's not to say, yeah.
The actual information, because I heard about the water business, and I don't think it'll be like a big huge difference, but I can be honest. I've been looking at all different types, and I can't tell like it does look a little different, like Vietnamese moss and as opposed to Seamoss that's been grown over here.
Yeah. My view.
Jamaica or something, right?
Pardon?
Where is that? Like,
It's in the Caribbean. I mean, it's not near. It's not so much near Jamaica. It's kind of off to the side from where Jamaica is. But yeah, it's in that sort of like sea region and stuff like that. Yeah, it was something I was gonna say, but I forget. But fuck it, you know. Oh, that was it. The location, like even with the Vietnam, you almost want to say to them, "Can I see pictures of your facility? Can I see pictures of where you're harvesting the sea moss out of and stuff like that?" Because then you'll see. You broke up a little bit. You got the screen, the pause. Give me 1 second here. Light always wins. Says I am from Asian. So he says, I wouldn't care about the service if they're a and you're right. I would I service is how do you say it? That's a mute point. You don't want to get we lost them, but you don't want to get any of your CMOS from region, and that's why I said to him you want to check where they're getting the actual CMOS, the location from. And I just want to say greetings, Sophia. Thanks for joining in. Um, Getting tone with Tony. Humble Lion Incest. Thank you guys for joining me on Instagram. No one's in Clubhouse tonight. Oh, this is crazy. Usually I get a lot of people joining me on Clubhouse, but not today. Not today. Let's see here. Either way, so yeah, you want to make sure the water. And he was going to ask me a question about the waters in St. Lucia. Now I'm going to go on a little bit of a sort of like a biased self. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to be talking, bragging about our CMOS for a minute here. It's just a little bit of a warning. One of the reasons why I believe that the CMOS that is coming from St. Lucia is of outstanding quality and is up on the higher premium is mainly because of the quality of the waters in which many of this CMOS is harvested and grown. These areas are basically in areas that are considered protective zones. Oh, sorry, Ty, you got to charge that phone. Yeah, okay. Let me invite you to join. Yo, not much. It happens, bro. It happens to me all the time.
all right, so what's the best time to place the order during the week?
What, to get it shipped out quickly?
It doesn't matter how. So I just want to have.
I would say probably the best time would be to order it like on a Sunday night or a Monday, because we generally get the orders out those days from the weekend, and your order will get on top. Plus, it will get shipped out on the Monday, which gives it enough time so that you could probably get it before the end of the week.
Okay. There's no rush. I do want to try to take this thing up. I got everything ready for the product.
Cool.
So you always working. You shipping that stuff out quick, huh?
Yeah, like these are the orders that are coming in from over the weekend, plus a few days. Whatchamacallit? Like I guess from the Friday, Thursday, because we were focused more on receiving the shipment of CMOS. There was like a day that we like weren't shipping, and I was kind of like waiting for customs to clear the product. Some shit today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so, so the full company name is the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and but we shorten it down. We call it the St. Lucian Seamoss Company because it's easier to say that than the Royal. But all our companies are named Royal. So in St. Lucia, we have a company called Royal Seamoss that just sells Seamoss, and yeah, we're gonna get into honey soon. We're gonna have a company called the Royal Honeybee Company, and yeah.
Okay, okay. So I'm what I think we do is place an order.
Okay.
I need to get it tonight. I need to get it in tonight.
Okay.
At least have everything by next week. So
Yeah.
I appreciate all the information. This is exactly what I needed, and I didn't know who I was going with. But if everything goes right here, especially with the business, it should be.
No, dude, you can call me anytime. I even reach out to me and ask me for my Calendly. I have a Calendly. I can't even say it right. You know that link for the calendar, Calendly? Is that how you say it? It's
Oh, yeah, it's a weird word here.
yeah, Calendly. Whatever. It's a scheduling program. It works great. And basically, you click that link, you schedule a time with me. If you have my number already, you just give me a call. Otherwise, I'll probably send you an email, which basically says, hey, call me at this time. You know, I'm going to be straight. I don't have time to actually call the people at that time. But if you call me, I answer.
I called everything one time.
You
I was
called me?
determined to figure out if this what I was looking for. This place, I could talk to somebody. So I couldn't get in touch with anybody. I was like, man, I don't know. Then I sent an email. So
Who, with me? You couldn't get in touch with us?
yeah, I called and then it said something like this, a different number or something like that.
Really? What number did you dial?
Um, the one that
647.
was only I couldn't even tell you right now. It was like last week. So, well, maybe it was the time. It could have been after 6 hours. So that could have been one.
Maybe, but
I think I could have number that before the site about if I'm not mistaken.
I ain't gonna do it because
Either way, this is the best way. This is the best thing right here. Just telling me you got other folks.
yeah, for sure. But I'm always like on the social medias and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure I have my direct phone number on the website. It's either that or I have a 1-800 number, and that 1-800 number.
Like a 1-800.
Yeah, for maybe you called it late hours, and I'll have to double check it. Maybe I have it set to not like to not ring through after a certain hour. But yeah, because I normally whatchamacallit. Sorry, I'm just looking at it because to me it's like that's big. Like I need to have people call me, and that's one of the things I usually do is put our phone number on the website so we know. But I'm looking now. I don't even see it here. Maybe you're right. Bumba. No, I have it on the top screen. Emails. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. I gotta fix that tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I put my phone number prominent on the site so that people can get a hold of me.
I'm definitely gonna be in tune. I'm looking forward to it. I got a lot of I like Seamoss.
Pardon?
There's a lot of Seamoss. Both boxes of all Seamoss.
Yeah, and so there's about 60 boxes there because we had boxes of Seamoss before we got these new ones in, and so yeah, there's a lot of Seamoss, but it goes quick, it doesn't good Seamoss doesn't sit around for long.
Question. Okay, so I soaked my Seamoss little sample that I have what? I soaked it. And how long can I'm still not ready to go ahead and start making my product until later on this week. How long can that Seamoss sit soaking before it's not gel or anything? So how long can I have that Seamoss soaking before
It depends. If you're going to consume it, like eat it, like internally, I wouldn't let it soak for more than 2 days. Although people have soaked it for longer, especially if it's in the fridge.
I just did dump the water because I wanted to more water.
Yeah. So you can soak it for a couple days. But I feel like if it needs to be a long time, freeze it. Yeah, even in the thing that it's sitting in, if you just freeze that whole thing one time, Even in the water soaking in, you can thaw it out when you're ready.
All right, man. I'm going to do it. All right, man. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take one. It's probably going to be about 5 to 10 pounds. Y'all have that.
Yeah.
What's the lowest one y'all think? 5 pounds?
I ship 2 ounces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I ship any size. But for the wholesale, I think the wholesale starts at around 5 pounds. And then there's also a discount for first time buyers. You can get 25% off. And it's try us 25. Also, I'll have to double check it to be sure. But the I think I like I have to see if I set it up yet, but I'm planning to basically extend a special discount for all of February, and that's buy 2 get 1 free, or get the third item free. And that's another thing I got to rephrase, because before, when I was telling people buy 2 get 1 free, they thought they had to buy 2 and one of them was free, and I'm like, no, that's buy 1 get 1 free. You know, buy 2 get 1 free means that the third one is free. Like, I didn't know I had to say that, but now I have to say it. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I got into a lot of issues, like with people getting upset, right? They're like, "What do you mean? I bought the 2." You know, it's like, ah.
I appreciate it, man. I'm actually at work right now. I definitely needed this information. I'm glad I caught you. That completes another part of my business. I'm trying to do.
What do you do at work? You get to smoke vape inside your work? That's killer.
Oh, this is
Okay.
I ain't lifting the well right now.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on my ass.
You're just chilling.
Right now. Chilling in the heat, yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's nice that I'm ready to get off. 56, I get off in like 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It's just like,
change my clothes and walk up out of it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wait. I don't want to work for anybody anymore. I'm trying to start my own thing.
Well, dude, put the time in. That's it.
Yeah.
Trust me. Okay, this is not the first business that I've done. Okay, all the businesses, at the end of the day, it comes down to the amount of people that you put their face into. Okay, the more people you put the product in their face, the more people will buy it. There's a certain percentage. They call it the conversion rate. I've been talking a lot about this. It's usually like 2 to 3%. Now, if your conversion rate is getting lower than that, then you might need to look at your product and make an adjustment. Maybe presentation, maybe how you demonstrate it, maybe the price point. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. But ultimately, if you hit those stuff and you work, you make the adjustments, you should eventually lead to that point where you're getting 2 to 3% return, like people agree. And so everybody that says no, you should be excited about, because the more that they say no, the closer you are to that you have to speak to 100 people to get 3 people to agree.
I think I heard somebody say something like that. My homeboy, he got a landscape business, and he started struggling first year. Next year, man, I ain't never seen money. He made like 50,000 like 2 months. I think that's grand, but he from Haiti, man. The way he expanded, I don't know how he did it, man. He was back doors for people coming.
Yeah, you got to do that. But what it was is he was consistent, and that's the thing.
Everybody off for a while. Everybody off for a while. That's like the year you got there. So I'm at that point now where
if you got time to watch Netflix or watch some other TV show, or spend whatever time, you're not serious enough. Look at it, dude. It's fucking 11 o'clock. I'm doing a live stream with 3 shows, and I'm fucking packing Seamoss. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't have time to sit around and fucking twiddle my thumbs, chilling. You know what I mean? I this is the business. You know what I mean? But it's like pushing a weight, or a ball, like a heavy ball. The first while, it's hard to push that ball, but after you get the momentum, you just have to like poke it, boom, 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 and that ball just rolls. And that's it. Just get the ball rolling. You know what I mean? This is and don't spend too much time trying to perfect it. You know what I mean? Perfect it as you go along.
Yeah, my graphic is the same thing. You say, bro, all you gotta do is start.
Yep.
All you gotta do is start. You say, I'm with you. I'm doing it myself. I don't want a whole lot of help, but I got some food myself anyway. but I've been going hard. February 1st, I really started working the website, the emails, the graphic design, trying to figure out the name for everything. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I was killing myself for a whole week. So I took, stop thinking about it for like a couple days. And now tomorrow I'm cranking back up. I need to get the thing rolling.
Yeah.
But I know something. I just keep stuff. So I'm like, I'm about to take me away from this. Working the 9 to 5. I ain't about to keep doing this. I ain't trying to keep doing this. I need a business.
One of the best ways that I think you can do to train yourself to move from your job to thing is to establish how much money you need to survive in the month, like realistically, and keep that top of mind. So if it's 3,000, 5,000, whatever, and then you look at your business and you find out how much sales you have to make in a month to meet that objective, and just focus on that. And then 1 month you'll do it, 2 months you'll do it. On the 3rd or 4th month, that shows consistent progress that you can maybe consider moving and saying, okay, fuck the job. Yeah. But until you visualize it and see what you need to take, that journey could who knows when it's going to happen, because you haven't set the goal on which to achieve it. Do you know what I'm saying? So you don't even know how hard to work or where to work. Or where to apply it. Like, you need to look at it.
It's like trying to save money, but you will have a goal
of how much money to save.
Yeah, so it'll be harder to save. I find that I figured it out myself. I said, man, it's like I save money, but still, I'm not seriously focused on saving.
No,
unless I have a goal or a dollar amount.
Yeah. Here's some $1 million knowledge I'm going to drop on you. Everything in your life comes down to a decision. Whether you decide to make something or decide not to make something. And your ability to understand your decisions and how they affect you and how you control your decisions will determine your outcome. And so if you're not happy with the way your life is, it's because of the decisions that you make. And you need to analyze all those decisions and say, how can I change this? And sometimes you need to do like a whole 180 to flip your life. Do you know what I mean? And do completely different decisions than you would do before. The decision to go hang out with your buddy on Friday nights. Do you know what I mean? You might have to decide. What? That's what I'm saying. Do you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So I gotta put this one because I work harder when I'm not working hard right now. Chilling with my ass, and it's Sunday night.
Yeah.
So, I work, but I make decent, but it's not. I know I can make way more with my own business. I feel like I can if I put the work in. So,
for sure.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I'm too confident because I got to get to it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I definitely appreciate the information because hands-on information is like gold. Very valuable.
No, not. Just starting out. It's hard to compete with real life experience in a sense, Like if someone's done it before you, like I was saying to a lot of people recently, because I've been doing these Calendly links and giving these, like exactly what I kind of talked to you about. That's what I do on these calls, right? It's not, there's no sales pitch. I don't give a shit if you buy Seamoss off me. I could care less. You know what I mean? That's not why I'm doing those calls. It's more about to drop the seed in someone's head to change their life, because I feel that God put me in this place to be able to do that. And that's how I'm serving. That's my service to the world in order to get back what I'm getting. Do you know what I mean? And you got to think about what you're doing to serve the world with nothing in return. Because the reality is, when it comes to blessings and good things happening to you, it never comes from the person you give it to. So see, me and you're never going to give me the blessing I'm expecting. So I will never look to you and expect anything from you, because I'm just going to get disappointed. It's going to come from a different direction.
I always been like the type of person that do stuff that I know the other person, like somebody else went through in return. So it's not about I have a lot of life what I've been through. I'm 30.
Yes.
I've been through it since I was 15. Like, real serious, crazy stuff. But I was able to make it through all that stuff. Now I'm at this point. Now I'm like, you got to tighten up. Like, you put yourself around these type of people with negative mindset,
Oh yeah.
Blue tags on a whole lot of blue tags. A lot of people, but like I gotta get my own shit going.
Bro, don't ever take any advice from anybody that isn't doing the thing that you're getting the advice on. Because otherwise they don't know shit. No one, here's the thing, no one knows shit.
I heard that's a different way to update.
Yeah.
I heard that's a different way to update.
Yeah, like no one knows what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I was thinking that the other day. Like, it's like, do I really know what I'm doing? No, I think I know what I'm doing. I'm trying shit. Do you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like, who am I to give advice to people? I can only give advice on what I've experienced and what I've done. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I try and like I stick to my lane in that sense. You know what I mean? Because yeah, because most times, even when I give you advice, when anybody gives you advice, here's the reality. They're not giving you advice. They're giving themselves advice. Because I don't know you. I know nothing about you, right? And even people that think that they know you, they don't know you because they don't know what's in you. You know what I'm saying? You could change tomorrow. God can make, come down and just fucking rearrange, and you're a completely different person. I've seen it. Do you know what I'm saying? And so who's to say that, this is who you are? You could decide tomorrow, like, fuck that. I'm not that. I'm tightening shit up and I'm going to be different. So any advice that someone gives you, it's really the advice coming from themselves. But that doesn't mean you don't listen to it because they went through that experience. That's what it is. But understand that what they're saying to you doesn't have to apply to you if you choose not to. This is where the choice comes in. You choose. This whole world that you're seeing, this is a world that you created based on your choices. Do you know what I mean? So you have the power to choose out of this, to choose differently, to do things. But are you willing to take the risk of doing something? That's the hard point.
But now, see, I'm at this point where, like, I'm really, like, I really feel it inside, in my chest, that I'm in this point. I save enough money, I put enough money to the side, I'm ready, like, I need, even people like you, what I'm saying, you can hold a business, what I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to do this anymore. I really, in my heart, don't want to work for somebody.
Yeah.
And work for a paycheck. I want to be the master market. So I don't know, I am built to ride the thing. Never been built to ride the thing. So I said, I gotta get to it.
Then work at it like it's a job. Okay, so when you punch out of here, like, and that's the thing, until you are in a position where you can leave your first job, it's gonna have to be two jobs, and you're almost gonna have to put the same amount of hours in your second job as your first job. So when you clock out tonight, you need to go out and put almost 8 hours into your business because that's your job now. Do you know what I mean? And you have to do that every day to get a paycheck. The only problem is you don't get the paycheck for another 3 months because guaranteed it's going to take you, it's going to take you at least 3 months of reinvesting and putting into the business before it starts growing legs, and then you can pull something out. I've never started a business that didn't turn a profit in less than 3 months. Maybe the Seamoss. Seamoss, we were making money right away. It was crazy. Yeah.
Look, I'm stepping into this thing, so I know somebody else who had something similar to what I would have on the West Coast. No one be doing it. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. But it's fucking popping. I peak up the boss right now. We're not even. I don't believe we're at the peak as far as like dollars. Everybody going and shit right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, let me go ahead. You want to catch stuff early? I don't know how early. I don't know.
Dude,
but I know I tried before. I know I like.
We are literally on the ground floor of this business. Okay, the white people haven't discovered this shit. No one's really knowing it. Only in our community right now, and this is almost like an advantage for us. And this is part of the reason why I'm doing these stuff, like talking to people and encouraging them and showing them the business. Because if all of us Black people as a collective can get together and exploit build on this industry, this is like the amount of people that I see that are having life-changing businesses that are growing out of it is phenomenal. Dude, I know this one guy, he's doing $500, like $500,000 in sales a month selling gel and raw Seamoss. Fuck yeah, it's crazy. I know this one girl who's buying 10,000 pounds of Seamoss at a time. Do you know what I
I'm
mean?
definitely gonna keep it tuned with you, man, because it's more questions that I have. Once this thing, if my thing pops, like I just see it popping. I'm doing looking at all the variables, why it should pop. You know what I'm saying? But once I get to a certain level, I'm like, well, okay, well, how do I move up to a like where you sit in the like a little warehouse or something?
Yeah, yeah, I have a warehouse here.
That point, you know, get to that point, it's like where you gotta have the space. You know, I can't do it out of my house. House is got some size. That needs a whole 30 or 40,000 pounds. Who knows how big?
The first year I did it all out of my condo. It was ridiculous. Like people, I couldn't even have people over. Like they come in there, they're just like, "What the fuck is that?" They're like, "Oh, you smell like Seamoss."
This Vietnamese stuff smell like first of all, it's 50 a hand. That smell doesn't go away until like a couple times of wash your hands.
I'd
But I
have
don't know.
I'd have to smell the stuff. Is it like pungent or what is it like? Does it smell like chemically?
It almost smells like a slight chemically smell.
It might even be something that they spray to stop, like say, the mold because that sea moss is so moist. Or it could be like I've always people would say, oh, it smells like it's what's the word? Oh, it smells like it's got chlorine on it. And I'm like, well, that's probably not chlorine you're smelling, but more ammonia, which is sort of like happens with chlorine and stuff, right? And that would yeah, and ammonia would be consistent with the sea moss going off. You know what I mean? Like getting degrading or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like decomposing. It would give off like an ammonia as it breaks down with the nitrates and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, this is what I'm gonna do, man. I'm definitely gonna keep it going with you. How do you go live?
Lately, I've been doing it every Sunday and Wednesday, but I mostly do it on the Seamoss Buyers Club and also whatchamacallit, YouTube. So just recently, I started putting on the Instagram and adding to it. Oh, and I also do it on Clubhouse.
I did see. I did see. I don't know what Clubhouse is, but I did see YouTube. I wanted to look at the YouTube video as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm on it, man. I'm about to. I'm going to put the board. I'm about to get my ass. I'm about to get up out of here. I gotta go home.
Yeah, just get out of there before they start finding work for you or something.
Can't do that. I don't report nobody here. Nobody. I don't have a supervisor.
Well, that's good. That's good.
But I appreciate this, man, because I'm talking about like everybody. I like network, and I'm really getting this useful information. I really feel like this thing is gonna go. It's gonna blow. But like I said, now I know that your company is what I thought it was. Go ahead and put the order in.
Oh,
But
thank
I
you.
definitely keep it to it. I might DM you, man, and check to see,
Any,
some more information. Ask questions.
yeah, listen, anytime you want to DM me, hit me on WhatsApp, even do a video call on Instagram, just like we're doing now. I'm always available, bro.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. Definitely appreciate it. All right, man.
All right. Take care. So BCSW's got some question here. He's like, my wife is having a fit when I have 200 pounds in the house. I literally need to get a dedicated space. Yes, I know what that's like. You got one batch from Vietnam, but it had a bleach smell, so I didn't. I wonder if it is like a bleach smell. I wonder if that bleach smell is used to kind of disinfect it. Someone asked here, said, what do they usually spray if so? Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to, and maybe I shouldn't have like suggested that because that's just like in my imagination about the possibility. I have no idea if they spray anything, but I think like if I was say shipping Seamoss across the world and I wanted to make sure it had no, it didn't track any bugs or anything like that, I might spray it with some kind of, spray that would, what's the word I'm looking like eliminate bacteria or something like that. I don't know. Maybe what I'll do is I'll call one of these Vietnamese places and pose as a buyer and ask a bunch of questions and see what they say. And is it how do they ship it, and because they need to get a phytosanitary certificate to ship it, right? And if they need to kind of spray it to make sure that to like this happens a lot. Like there's vegetables and stuff when they're shipping it across different countries that they have to spray it in order to keep it. You know. So yeah, it was 35% moisture according to the documentation. What I find with the 35% moisture stuff is that it is very cheap, right? But it you don't get the volume that you would get in the more drier. That's 10%, you know, and that to me is like more beneficial. Or like to me, it's like if you're going to buy the CMOS, you want to make sure you get a good value in it and good return. You don't want to buy something and then it's like you know half the volume of what you would get if it had been dried better. You know, the stuff holds a lot of weight. You know, even just drying it slightly can lose several pounds on a big shipment or a big box. You know. That being said, let's get my next label going. Anybody got any questions and stuff? Oh, earlier, Light always wins asked the question, I think, about the salt. And so let me see if I can bring that up. Oh, sorry, Angela said that. What is the benefit of the Seamoss salt? Honestly, I don't know for sure what is the benefit of the Seamoss salt. I believe that the Seamoss salt has the majority, if not all, the nutrients and minerals that would be in that Seamoss, because it's the minerals are found within the waters, and as the Seamoss dries, the moisture on the Seamoss converts um, from liquid to salts as it dehydrates. And so I think there's a lot of minerals in that, although I have no proof. And so it yeah, it's really up to someone to try and test and see what's in it. I know some of the good uses that it's good for, and that would be excuse me, one of the good uses would be for like using in a bath, like soaking, and another use would be like in facial scrubs and creams and stuff like that. And so, yeah, those is what I would use. So I don't know if I would necessarily use the salt in foods, because the salt that we have, although we do filter it to get a lot of the contaminants out, the it doesn't filter everything, and so there is some sand, some other bits of whatever. I have no idea, and so I don't think it would be good to consume in foods. And Angela says, "Yeah, you saw it on my website." Yeah, I mean, I made it available on the website, and because I think some people know what to do with it. I know it's good. It looks cool. You know what I mean? And I think it would be great. And like I said, in soaking in tubs, I'm gonna start using it myself as like Epsom salts. Uh, so Chi Eritrean said, "Could it be pool grown?" I honestly don't believe in any existence of pool-grown sea moss. I've really yet to see a large-scale manufacturing company that's producing stuff in a tank, and I know that if they were doing that, it's not something that they would hide. This is not some kind of like industry or business that people would be scared to let. They would just flaunt it and say, "Yeah, we grow it in the pool," because only our community, which is more the Caribbean community and more of these people that follow the alkaline diet, they are more, because of what Dr. Sabi said about avoiding sea moss, they're more like this is where the belief of pool grown being bad is sort of developed from, or where it came from. In other industries, they could give two shits about how it was grown. The CMOS is CMOS. They even test it, and I believe that it has the same nutrients, although I haven't seen these tests. But I think that they would have to have these nutrients in order for people to invest in the type of money to, like, why would you spend all this money to produce a product that was shit? It doesn't make sense, and especially when you get better stuff from the ocean, and the water in the ocean's free. So I run the salt through a fine mesh and then add it to the soap. See, there's another good use of the soap, the salt, is to use it in soaps. And I think even my daughter did that, where she used one uh, excuse me, one side of the bar was just covered in the salt, and it almost act like a scrub, like an exfoliant when I was rubbing it on my skin. So yeah, there's some of the uses you can use with the salt. And I think, as you know, in future, we'll look at ways to sort of clean and develop the salt better. And then if we find a way, because right now, part of the reason why the salt's expensive is that it's extremely time consuming to clean the salt and filter it. And so that's mainly what you're paying for, is the time for us to kind of go through and make sure it's, I mean, it's pure salt and it doesn't have a bunch of other shit in it. So I am Shane Perry, sorry. Says, how much is the subscription fee? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't really have a subscription fee, although we do sell Seamoss on subscription, where you can order a certain amount every month or every week, um, or even bi-weekly, and you get a discount for the frequency that you buy. And so Trian says, do you make the gel? I only make the gel for myself. I don't make the gel for a business. Although it's something that has been in the back of my mind, to be honest with you, where I'm thinking about making the gel. If I can come up with a way to make it more self-stable so that it can sit on the shelf and last a long time, I might seriously consider it. And because that would be the one thing that kind of stops me from doing. Because if I did it, it would be more to put it into store shelves and stuff. I wouldn't be trying to compete with the local market, because most of the people that are buying the Seamoss off me, that's what they're using it for. And so I don't think it's fair that I go into that same sort of space. But to go into a space like a large department store, or a department chain or something like that, that's what I would consider. Or I would also consider making it wholesale. And I think this is something that a lot of people haven't really considered as a business idea, mainly because they're just, I don't want to use the word selfish, but they're so protective of their business that they're afraid to do something to help people out, or to expand it or whatever. And so the idea I have would be to be a wholesale white label and just make gel, but make gel for other people, not myself. And so I would invest in all the machinery that I would need to bottle and package the gel. And then you would come to me and say, okay, well, here's my recipe to make the gel. This is how I want you to make the gel. And now I want you to bottle it and slap my label on it. That's something that I could see myself doing if I was making the gel. But to make it almost by order and stuff like that, I don't think we'd be able to do it, and not as good as what other people are doing it, who invested in their time to build the business. So I would sooner send the business to someone local than for me to try and be everywhere and anywhere. Says, buy the baker sifter. You can run the salt through it by turning the handle. This device is used for sifting flour. Okay, so does it filter it too, if it sifts it? And KDB121 says, from my understanding, the shelf life is 3 weeks after it's been blended into a gel. Yes, it's generally 2 to 4 weeks, depending. Now, here's the thing, too. A lot of people don't realize is that it's very easy to contaminate the Seamoss. And so when you're packaging the Seamoss, you want to make sure that you employ a lot of like practices that offer good sanitation and stuff like that. And when the person's using the Seamoss, like, they should never take a Seamoss, put it in their spoon, and then put it back into the Seamoss. Like, the Seamoss is ruined. You know what I mean? In my opinion, at least. I think when that happens, it's only a matter of days before the bacteria that was in your mouth starts like growing on that stuff. Like, because it's literally like a petri dish. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion. So I am shy. Perry says, yes, because I got mine, which I was really pleased with, but I received an email saying you guys take a subscription fee. What? You take a subscription fee in a couple days. You must have ordered your Seamoss on subscription if you're getting an email saying that you're going to get charged in a few days, and that's probably what you did to get the Seamoss on a discount. Which I don't know if I'm going to continue doing it because a lot of times I'm dealing with a lot of people that are ordering it and not understanding what they're ordering, and so or they understand what they're ordering but they play dumb when I call them on it. Either way, it's more work and headache for me to kind of police that department. I didn't realize that people would try to use it as a way to like circumvent the deal and get cheap. I don't know. The way some people act to me is just it's like it's mind-boggling. Like, if you really, really, really wanted to save that $3, like call me up and say, hey, I don't want to pay that $3. What can you do for me? You know what I mean? If you're nice enough to me, I'd probably say fuck the $3. Here you go. Or dude, there's a coupon. You know what I mean? 25% off. But that's another thing. I see there's certain people where it's like every time they order with a new account so they can get that coupon. And it's almost like, you know what, dude, like rather than you fucking clog up my system with a bunch of fake profiles, call me up and say, hey, I want to buy your CMOS, but I'm not doing this, Depending on how I feel, you might get it, you might not. I might tell you to fucking beat it. So Premier CMOS says, I appreciate the customer service and the quickness of the CMOS. Thank you. And then BCSWNC says, yes, it filters out and dumps debris that's left in the filter basket. See web restaurant store for flour sifter. Cool. Yeah, I will check that out because that would help. Hey, Reginald, I just seen you in Clubhouse. I don't know how long you were chilling there.
I just got in. How is everything?
Good. I'm there just chilling, packing Seamoss, and yeah, just talking shit on all my different platforms. I'm like a social media junkie right now.
Club sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm on Clubhouse, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
So you cover all areas.
That's it. All the love. You know what I mean? There's enough of me to love. So, how's your week going?
It's been going pretty good. Had a little celebration for my dad yesterday. It was his birthday, so.
Oh, congratulations on your dad's birthday.
Thank you. But overall, it's been pretty good. And Seamoss this, Seamoss that, Seamossing it up.
Yeah. I hear you. That's what I'm doing right now. Like trying to get these orders out. It's it's a business.
Yeah, thing you got a new ship there. You're saying like it might be the best that you've seen so far.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Like even the gold is like all of it is like gorgeous. You know what I mean? It was like wow. Like literally felt like Christmas. But the purple was really nice and deep purple. And like it was just soft and just dried properly and just smelled really nice and fresh and just when you handle a lot of Seamoss, it's like all the Seamoss is good, but then there's certain it's like having a kid, you know what I mean? You love all your kids, but there's that one special kid that just you really connect with, you know what I mean?
It's like you're just so beautiful.
Yeah, I love you.
I love all of y'all.
I love all y'all. Yeah, but this year, I just really love you. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So what has topics been so far?
All around. I mean, we talked a little bit about advertising, marketing. I had a guy up here that was he's thinking about launching some new products, and he's wanting to get out of his whatchamacallit, he's got the job, you know what I mean, the full time job. So he's, it's just how do you balance that and move from this, job to, how do you move into a position where you can, rely on that income, because it is scary to move from a job that you get paid every week, guaranteed, to something, you know what I mean, like like fuck, you might not make sales next month. What do you do? You know what I mean? There have been situations for us like that where it was like, even I think November and December, our sales went almost down by half.
Wow.
Yeah. And so a significant drop is like, what, okay, what did we do wrong? What is this? What is that? Like, we have to go and like really, and that's why it's important to sort of watch the metrics and watch your analytics and stuff like that, because you need to see when things are failing, or else, it's like by the time, you figure it out, it's too late, But lucky for us, we kind of have been balancing the business. We don't sell too much. We don't sell too little. You know what I mean? Plus, we kept a little bit of a nest egg, so that we were able to ride out that slow time. But some people aren't aware of that happening. You know what I mean? And so they're not prepared for it.
It just comes in and just slaps you right in the face.
Mm-hmm. But and sometimes these people will look at that experience as a bad thing, or I got slammed. But I feel like it's these experiences that God puts you in front so you can learn from. Because if you can operate your business, like imagine I can operate my business at half the sales that I'm used to. That means like I can almost weather the storms when they weather the storms, and then when the good times are rolling, I'm just going to be doing that much better because I've learned to be calm in the bad times, So she Eritrean says, "You've been so informative. Thanks a million for sharing your knowledge. If it's not too much, please share this live. Unfortunately, I have to log off." Okay, I will do my best to share this live, and but sometimes with Instagram, they just like, I don't know. I think it's after the 4 hour mark. They just cut the app, and you die. You know what I mean? And sometimes you don't get a chance to save it. So I'll do my best, but no promises. But well, here's the thing: if you can't see it on Instagram, then go on YouTube and search for St.Lucian Seamoss Company, because all these talks are recorded and saved on YouTube. So you can follow us on YouTube, and you can rewatch these videos over and over and over time.
Yeah, that's what I like about the Clubhouse. Also, like it saves the replays like automatically. So it's like if you missed out, it'll even tell you like, "Hey, you missed out on this." It's like replay. Like you want to watch the replay? Like, as a matter of fact, I do.
Nice. I should check and see how many people actually listen to the replay, like the replays, to watch it. I noticed that in when I was doing, because there was a time where I was just on Instagram. And then people would start calling me and be like, "Oh yeah, I saw you on your live," and this. And I'm like, "Are you sure?" Because I was like, I watched to see how many people are watching. There was times where no one was watching, for hours. So it's like, what do you mean you watched that? When did you see that? Oh, I caught the replay. Blah blah blah. And so yeah, the people do watch. Especially when you don't realize it. So Angela Henderson says, "I never cover my Seamoss with a tight lid. I use cheesecloth." Yes, that is good. You want the Seamoss to breathe. I use a. I don't know if I have them here, and I'll probably get shitted on because it's got plastic in them. But I don't think it's like food safe plastic, because they use them in different products. But these are what I use to make my Seamoss gels, or what I package in it. And Reginald, I know you can't see them, but it's basically a stand-up plastic pouch with a spout on the side, and it's got an opening at the top that you fill it up, and then you heat seal it so that it stays in that package. And so, what?
Yeah, okay. It sounds like what I used to ship my gels.
Yeah.
I don't ship them in the jars. I ship them in. It's like kind of like Capri Sun pouches.
Yeah, they're like the Terra Pack pouches, or they're the plastic stand-up pouches with the wide bottom on the thing or whatever. Yeah. So I think we use the same stuff, and yeah, the stuff was decent. You know what I mean? It works. I use it just because like I go through so much gel, and I hate making the gel that I make the gel up in advance, and then I go and I freeze it, and then I once I freeze it, then I defrost it when I need it. And that's how I deal with my Seamoss.
So you do that. As far as throwing it out whenever you need it, just like take it out the freezer and kind of just let it sit there.
Yep, just leave it on the
run it underwater.
Well, if I need it that day, I might run it like right away. I'll run it on water, but usually I'll take it out the night before and leave it on the counter, or I'll leave it in the fridge and I'll just slowly defrost in the fridge. Yeah, I knew this one was filled. This is a package. Oh, sometimes I end up double packing the Seamoss, which sucks. And then I have to like rip it open, and I've wasted what do they call these things? A fucking a poly bag. That's what they're called. Because I like for some of my Seamoss shipments, I'll put it in a poly bag because they're light and they're better on. They're easier to ship. They tend to cost less than the shipping. When I'm drying the Seamoss. So, here, Angela has a question here I get a lot. What is the difference between the full spectrum and the green Seamoss? Well, the full spectrum is really a mixture of green, gold, and purple, and other colors that were trying to be purple but didn't become fully purple. And so the green is more of like a detoxifying, I believe, Seamoss, where it's gonna, you're gonna have a lot of bowel movements and a lot of like cleansing effect. Now the full spectrum has green in it, so it's possible to get that same cleansing effect in the Seamoss, and it also has the other colors like the purple and the gold. So it's almost like and that's why they call it a full spectrum, a full range of the different properties. So it's like having a little bit of purple, a little bit of green, and a little bit of gold. Yeah. And so Yusuf said here, I need some of them bags. Yeah, well, let me know, bro. Next time you place an order, I'll throw in some of these bags for you, and I'll charge you a super crazy fee that you can't afford. Sorry, I'm always fucking with them. We're always doing jokes like that. He's probably laughing right now. You can't hear him, but because I'm like, oh yeah, don't worry, I'll get it for you. I'm just gonna charge you double, and it's like, what?
It was like it's sounded good at first, and it was like, whoa.
Yeah, wait a minute. You're not supposed to charge your double. No, I'm not gonna do that. I like to keep things fair, for everybody. Let's see if there's any other questions. Sophia Murray says, I get your bias. What's the difference with the other Caribbean islands? In regards to the Seamoss, a lot of the other Caribbean islands, they're great. They're like, it's hard to say exactly because I'm not from there and I don't have a lot of knowledge and information. But from what I see about the quality of the Seamoss, it's all good. That's why I said these other places have good Seamoss. I'm always going to have a love for St. Lucian Seamoss. I'm always going to think that that's the best, but that's not to say that other people don't think Grenadian Seamoss is the best, and or St. Vincent or whatever. Like who's right, who's wrong? No one knows. That's my view on it.
until we all get a test and test everybody's Seamoss. Everybody's Seamoss is the best. So that's my professional opinion. Oh, someone asked me earlier about spices. Let me get the spices out because I said I would show that. So, Reginald, I don't know if you heard on the video and stuff. I got a bunch of new spices like cinnamon sticks, and I have some more soursop leaves, and I have ginger, and I have this new product that I got to try out to see how it works. But it's called cola nuts. Have you ever heard of cola nut, Reginald? Cola nut. Kola. Cola.
Oh.
And it's called a cola nut. And it's hold on, let me finish it. I don't have the actual nut, but I have the powder. And so it's supposed to have like some properties similar to like caffeine and stuff. So we shall see. But this is it in the powder.
So it's kind of like a more natural coffee kind of.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of coffee bean stuff here. It just smells brown. Brown had a smell. I realized I said that smells brown. I also got some fresh ginger powder. Yeah, this is the cola nuts, and I mean, I have to see how much is in one dose because I don't have a lot. This is like all I have, so it's more about sampling it to test it. But I have a lot of ginger powder. Oh, this stuff smells crazy. Fresh ginger powder. I wonder where they're powdering this stuff. I'd like to see the mill because this powder is pretty fine stuff, and it's like you can feel the moisture is still in it. And that's the one thing that's hard when you get this powder is to get it really fine, but still have some moisture to it. I also got star anise. This is really cool. And so I'll probably get some more of these stuff. I also might start taking some of these and creating like a package for cocoa sticks. A little bit of star anise, a little bit of nutmeg, a little bit of cinnamon sticks. These are the cinnamon sticks. And I think they're the original cinnamon, not the kind that you find in the stores and stuff like that. That's apparently some other wood. It's like fake cinnamon. But
Yeah, I've heard that also. I forgot the real name of the cinnamon that you may be talking about, but I heard that also.
Yeah. So the reason why they say this one's better is because it's a more lighter, milder, less pungent cinnamon smell. Yeah, this stuff smells good. Like, I didn't want to just chew on it.
And you say you got some soursop leaves also?
Mm-hmm.
I've been wanting to try those.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely been wanting to try the soursop. Hear a lot of good things about it.
Wow. This is like... So now I've tasted like cinnamon from cinnamon sticks, like just chewing it. This taste was a lot different than any kind of cinnamon that I've tasted before. It was really light and mild, but it also had a little bit of like an earthy flavor tone to it. It's like you could taste the kind of like the bark and the wood in it. Even had like a little bit of green. I wonder if it's like because it's so fresh. But So yeah, I got some soursop leaves, although not. I never get enough. You know what I mean? Of this stuff. That's what's hard. A lot of the people want to reach out to me and buy it wholesale, and I don't know. It's hard because I don't have a lot to really sell wholesale. If I sold wholesale, it would almost be um, we'd be out in a day, you know, because I might have 2-3 pounds of it. Like 10 pounds of soursop leaves is a lot of leaves. It's like a garbage bag, probably. Because
Yeah, because they so with light. Mm-hmm. So it'd be a lot of them to get to 10 pounds.
because I have one bag here. Let me see how much this bag weighs. And it looks like the same sort of size as one of my 1 pound. Yeah, 3 ounces. Oh my god! And that's with, and so this is 3 ounces with the bag. You can't see it, Reginald, but like other people can, and it's like it's not a lot.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm about to go check in on Facebook
and see. Oh, sorry guys, the app probably died. Like, so I'm on Instagram and I wasn't paying attention, and I guess the phone went to sleep, and so I probably was like streaming without being said. So this is 3 ounces of soursop, which is a lot. Yeah, bro. When you see it on Facebook, you'll see it's not a lot at all. And so I think that's why people tend to sell them by like the leaves and stuff, because the weigh it and everything. It's kind of like you know like that's quite a bit of leaves to weigh 3 ounces. But I think when we get ready to sell it more in bulk, we're probably going to figure out a way to vacuum seal the bags. Shit, and that reminds me, I gotta pack these barrels and put the vacuum sealer in the barrel. Boom! So yeah, that's the soursop leaves. This is the cinnamon sticks that we have. And so I gotta like weigh these and kind of price them and see how much I'm gonna sell them for. But we're gonna have a limited quantity of them right now. For now. Yeah, it smells good. Good stuff. Yeah, and I think maybe tomorrow I'm gonna bring some of this home tonight. I'm gonna try some of this cola nut tomorrow morning. Make a coffee and see how it works. You might end up seeing me bouncing off the TV, doing a live stream, and I'll be like going crazy from the cola nut. Well, we'll see. We shall see. I think that's my hardest thing is like introducing new products is knowing what to price them at that's fair and competitive and reasonable for the time and the service provided. Pricing is definitely an art that I think is not easily it's not easily done. Like it takes practice or understanding to price things. Like even when we came up with the prices for our website, I pretty much spent about a month or at least 2-3 weeks visiting other people's websites and basically taking a record of everybody's prices and then going back and kind of like trying to see where I want to fit in all these other companies. Like, do I want to be at the top of the price chain? Do I want to be at the bottom? I like to be I don't like to be at the top, but I like to be in a little bit of the middle because I feel that allows me to give room that if I need to drop the price for whatever reason, then I can. But I also think you need to have a certain high price or upper level pricing in order to be able to comfortably provide the level of service that I think is necessary to do good business. And, I don't care what anybody says, providing good service isn't cheap. It takes time, it takes energy, you know what I mean? And so I feel like, my prices reflect the amount of service that I offer with the CMOS, which is quite a bit, you know what I mean? Just the knowledge alone, is extremely valuable. Hey Maria, how's it going?
Hey, good, good. How was your weekend?
Good, good. A lot of work. Picked up a lot of CMOS and stuff, but other than that, can't complain. Um, Still in the warehouse today, boxing CMOS.
Yeah, I see.
I'll probably be here for another, I don't know, 3-4 hours, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta do football, but I gotta make orders. So I had to quickly step out to get some spring water. I did ask earlier. I was the one that asked about the herb that you got. So can you probably the herb you got? So I know you got cinnamon. I know you got sourdough.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What other herbs did you be getting?
So I got the soursop. I got bay leaves, ginger powder, cinnamon sticks, cola nut powder, and star anise.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, let me know how the cola nut is.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna try some out, or if you want, I mean, I could see if I can meet up with you and give you a sample to try out. Maybe you'll have different results than me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't mind sharing.
Okay. Do you know when you're gonna be at that Edmonton shop, that cheese shop?
Um, not really, but if you plan it, actually, I think I'm going to be there Tuesdays because I have a podcast studio there, and I'm mentoring these young guys. They're doing a show out of it, and so I'm helping. I'm kind of like the producer, I guess. I do the engineering, and so we're there on Tuesdays. But if you just tell me when you're going to be there, like I literally live right around the corner from there.
Oh, you're at like friggin' Scarborough, aren't you?
Or what? Oh, you're talking about the Eglinton place in the West End?
Yeah, Keelan Eglinton.
Yeah, no, I don't have that place. Although you can go to that place and buy Seamoss if you want.
Well, then I'd rather just go to the stores. I really want to try. So I probably won't make another order with you with the sea moss because I got the one for Christmas, right?
Yep.
Um, I did want to try like a little bit of the purple and the green
Uh-huh.
because I think it's just that time now to really get it with your other one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, especially now that you have the herb, I did want to try a little bit. Like I'm not gonna ask for a lot, right? But
Yeah. We can work something out. And I mean, my dad lives in the West End. Sometimes I have to go out that way. Maybe, I mean, if I know I'm going to visit him, I can drop it off to you or something like that. And I mean, also at that Keel and Eglinton place, I think it's called Natural Vibes or something. And there's the lady has like a juice bar there, and you might want to go check and see some of the stuff because she's got herbs too. She's from St. Lucia, and so she might even have stuff that I don't have. So I would just check her if you're in that area.
okay, cool. And she's doing wholesale. Would you happen to know?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
No idea. No idea. And she's got the CMOS because before I was keeping CMOS there for her to resell or for people to pick up, but it got to be such a it was so far out that I was kind of like, look, just buy the CMOS off me and you sell your CMOS, and then like, what do I need to be in the space, you know?
Yeah, makes sense. It is a bit of a way, and it's on Eglinton too.
Yeah. So Barry Creighton says, "Is the dark purple sea moss better than the regular type purple?" Honestly, I don't know. I just think it looks better, and people think it looks better, so that's why it looks so nice. But like the sea moss that we just got, this sea moss here, it just smells really nice, and it's got a nice like it's not too moist and it's not too dry. You know, it's got a nice consistency, and so I really like it. And so most times when you get the purple, you don't get a consistent, even tone. There's like huge. It'll go from like light pink to dark purple, and so it's not easy to have a more sort of level, uniform in color like the CMOS that I have here now today. But even this full spectrum looks fucking beautiful. Really vibrant, full of colors and stuff like that. Lots of greens and stuff. Yep. I should actually take a video tomorrow of all the orders that I have to go out because there's just literally so many of them that I don't know. Maybe it'll make people jealous because of all the it's like, oh fuck, this guy is so. So how is the Connor's Christmas sales going for you, Maria?
So that one does sell more because of of what like other people they consider popular for the Dr. TV. Yeah, so that one's selling more. I do want people to like a few of my buyers to really just try out both. Right? I feel like sometimes I feel like it's a psychological thing where when one person tries one thing, it's like they just think that one's like maybe better. So most of them do start off with the conscious first, and then I give them a sample of like their moss. Oh shoot, my little freaking about that. So I don't know. They say that there's no difference, and they kind of do prefer the conscious because like it has like more nutrients. So I don't really get like that good feedback with it, I guess. With like comparing to both.
Cool. Yeah, but I mean, if people like it and you're making sales, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get more of yours though, just because I'm getting it from Ireland and like the conversion rate, and they increase their prices. Like they might even increase their prices later on this year, because I've noticed they've been increasing it like once a year now, and probably just to keep up with everything, right? And also like the shipping fees. So I actually met a diver in around Maine. He's kind of brand new though. Like he's only been doing it for like almost 2 years, and he gets the contract. I don't know. I asked Yusuf how are the waters over there. He said that it's good. They get most of the around Maine. So I might go to him after I'm done with that island.
Shit.
Do a lot of people ask you for content?
No. Yeah, I just fixed the Insta Live. I gotta watch the or maybe there's something that I can change. Sorry, Maria. It's just I have the Instagram going and it paused because the phone went to sleep for some reason, which is odd because I have the phone plugged in. But there must be some kind of like like if it doesn't, like the phone just automatically goes to sleep if you don't touch it after a certain time or something. I don't know.
Oh, really? I didn't know that it did that. That sucks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got to keep my eye on it to see how it's going. So what was the question we were talking about before I got distracted?
So I did ask, like, do a lot of people ask you for conjure?
Yeah, no one does.
Yeah, I know. It seems like it.
Yeah, no one does at all. But you know, it's because of the way I'm marketing too, right? That's part of it. Because I'm marketing it to. Hold on a second here. There we go. This thing. I'm marketing it to people that aren't specifically that aren't looking for Converse Christmas. Like even when I have, because I'm running some Google ads right now, I put Converse Christmas as an exclusion. So basically, if you search on Google and you look for Converse Christmas, my ad won't show up for Seamoss. And it's mainly because it doesn't make sense me paying to stream an ad to someone that's not going to buy my product.
Yeah, seriously. Because I find if buyers that want to do wholesale, especially if they just want conjure, like they're not even gonna try to go for it. Like, that's what it is.
True. True. But yeah, I think it's important for everybody to sell. Like, I think too many times people are like hating on, like, it's like, oh, only Garcilaria is the one you should take. Oh, only Converse. It's just like, fuck, it's Seamoss.
Yeah,
Yeah. So as long as it's a good quality product, you know, like why do you need to know the best? You know.
yeah, because it may not be best for you.
This is what I'm saying. And how do you trust anybody to give you the advice when most of the people that you're asking, they're the ones who's selling you the CMOS?
Yeah, exactly. No, seriously, Julia. That's why I respect you because like you're just so truthful, and like I make sure I bring the same service as well, or like something similar. You know, um, 'cause that's just I feel like that's just the way to go. But then at the end of the day, like business is business, right?
Yeah, but I feel like this: people know the truth. So you coming to them and trying to spit shit to them, they know. Like you might fool one person, here or there, but for the most part, people are not dumb. They know what's going on. And even if you are spewing, like even if they don't know, it's almost like they'll know when you're talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I know when someone's talking shit to me. I don't need to prove that it's. I just look the tone, the the delivery, everything. Their body language just screams it. Yeah. And so, oh, I think this is supposed to be. Sorry, all this one back. Okay, I'm like weighing this thing up, and it looked like it was putting multiple boxes when there was only supposed to be one box, and so I was kind of confused. Doing these shipping labels, it's like a full-time job.
Yeah, no kidding. Which one do you have again? Which printer?
I use whatchamacallit? I use eShipper to print the labels, and then I use some kind of B port or one of these thermal printers I got off Amazon. Thermal laser printing is like the best. Like I don't think I could ever go back to you know.
Yeah, seriously. I only got a used one, a secondhand one, just to print out like posters like that.
Uh-huh. He sounds like he's full of energy.
Yeah, we took a nap earlier. I was hoping he would wake up. He's probably really dehydrated too. Can you go drink water, please?
Yeah, kids will be kids.
Exactly, definitely.
Yeah, I don't mind them. You know what I mean? Like some people are like, "Oh my god, your kids in the background." It's like, fuck, they're kids, man. This is life.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
like I don't like. To me, if anything, I think it's important that we all stop and pay attention to the kid. Do you know what I'm saying? Because this is the oh shit, the Instagram stopped again. But these are like the kids of our future. You know what I mean? And they deserve a little bit of attention. Like a lot of times, a little bit of attention to them will calm them down and they'll move on. But if you sit there and whatchamacallit, you constantly dismissing the kid's gonna freak out and be like, oh, why are they doing this to me? That kind of thing. I don't know. I do this trick. I did this thing when I used to drop my kids off at daycare. I intentionally would arrive to daycare 15 to 20 minutes earlier than I needed to be. And I would just sit around and hang out, like as if I'm not planning to leave, right? Watch TV, talk to the other daycare workers, just chill. Kids would come in, and one of the things I observed too is that a lot of the parents would come in and they would just dump their kids and try and run out the door, right? And so for me, being there for 15 minutes, my kids would turn to me after a while and be like, "Daddy, what are you doing here?" Like, okay, goodbye, Dad. It's time for you to go. And so it was like never once did my kids ever panic or freak out like, oh, he's leaving, where's he going? Because it was just like, you know what I mean, I didn't create that environment for them. And so my kids don't have that like abandonment anxiety ever, you know. And plus I gave them more attention than they wanted, to the point where they were just like, ugh, get away from me, there's too much attention. And they never bothered me for attention. Even nowadays they're just like, you know peace. That's what I think. Yeah. Well, my kids are what, 17 and 19. Yeah, and the older one like smokes pot now and has a bong, and I can't say shit to her because she's 19 and it's legal. Like, fuck. But at the same time, she's studying to be a doctor or like this, a neuropsychologist. That's what she's studying. Yeah, so I'm like, fuck, go ahead, smoke all the pot you want, just get good grades, you know. And I'm happy with that, you know. I'm gonna see quickly if I can figure out what the hell this thing is with the sleep. I'm gonna search it here.
So you say pot is legal in Canada?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't.
We have like dispensaries and everything.
Like all over, like the whole Canada, like all over Canada.
All over Canada.
Wow.
And in the cities, like it's like what you would call it, there's like dispensaries on every corner. Like it's kind of ridiculous the amount of dispensaries and stuff that they have.
Yeah, see here in the States, it's like certain states have it legal, but like here in Texas, it's still illegal. And I don't know if they're gonna switch over anytime soon. But there are a lot of CBD shops, and they have been popping up like more and more and more. And what I think is gonna happen whenever they do make it legal here in Texas, all those CBD shops are just gonna transition over to dispensaries. Like, hey, this is what we've been waiting for, and just go ahead and just switch over.
Yep, that's probably what it is. Like that's how they put the groundwork. But it's like, are they really selling enough CBD to like stay in business? Like, fuck.
I don't know, because like it's some that are like smoke shops, like they sell bongs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
also, but they have some that are just CBD, and it's like, wow, like people like I like that, like to keep it, like you say, to stay in business and keep it running.
It's probably like a front, man. To those that know, they're probably selling tea, like weed out the back door.
Probably, most likely.
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah.
Like, why not?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. At a certain point, they're going to meet enough people that they know and trust. See what I'm saying? And like, fuck, I guarantee you, like, if it was me in that situation, hell yeah, that guy's selling me the. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna earn that guy's trust and get in there. I remember I used to buy weed off this place. It was a Jamaican restaurant. It was called the Goodness of something in Scarborough, and the guy only sold half quarters. And you would go in there in the restaurant, and you couldn't tell him what you wanted. You had to give like a finger thing, so that if anybody was in the store, they wouldn't know what was going on. And when he gave you the stuff, he would throw it in like a patty bag, and you had to buy something from the store too. So it's like you give him the number and you say 2 patties, right? And then he would throw the bags in the patties, so like anybody looking around wouldn't see what he was doing. So it's like if this guy could run that shit and he was doing it for years, like all through high school. That's where we would go and check our weed. He did it till he died, and he never got busted. So it's like if that guy can do that, then I'm sure that CBD, and he only sold to people he knew. So in order to get in there, you had to like be introduced to him. So like for me to start buying from the guy, I had someone come in and say, "This is my friend. He's cool." And even then, when I went back the second or third time, the guy didn't remember me and all this shit. It wasn't until I walked in one time with my dad, and he knew my dad, and that's how I got in there. And what's funny is that he knew my dad because my dad used to chop weed to him.
That's so funny.
Yeah, talk about it like a funny, like what I mean, like what a small world. Like I bring my dad in there, and he's like, "That's your guy," you know what I mean? And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I know that guy. Come on, hey, what's up, bro?" He's like, "That's your dad." I'm like, "Yeah, that's my dad." He's like, "What the fuck?" One of those things. Yeah. So.
That's yeah, that's actually pretty crazy to like experience.
Yeah, what are the chances, But it is what it is, and I got my link. I got my plug, or whatever you would call it. So yeah, it's completely illegal here, and even the you can order the weed in the mail, and the government has its own business.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you can buy from the government, or you can buy from shops that are licensed by the government.
And get it delivered right to your front door.
Right to your front door.
Wow.
Yeah. And then there's a whole bunch of like underground illegal shops that are doing the mail order and stuff too. So it's crazy what you can, order in the mail nowadays.
Yeah, I know. I believe like some people in the States, what they do, I'm not too sure, but up here, I know they're really coming out like people that aren't even like, I don't want to say that they're not licensed, but yeah, don't take this personally, but I guess like regular people like us, that's not really doing any of that. They're like some people are actually they're making their own strain.
Mm-hmm.
So they're literally like duplicating like I think 2 specific kind of strains to make their own and whatnot. So they're just kind of like their main result is just that it's really high. Like it has a lot of like.
Yeah, I see that a little bit. There are this market of sort of like mom and pop growers that are like producing in sort of like small quantities, and they're doing their own sort of what do they call it? Not genetic splicing, but you know what I mean. Like they do their own
They crossbreed?
Yeah, crossbreeding.
Crossbreed?
Yeah, they're all crossbreeding. All the weed nowadays is all crossbred. There's not like there's not like one pure indica or pure whatever. You know, they're all the same. Oh shit!
I think they're mostly crossbreeding in Vancouver more than any other provinces.
Sorry, say that again.
I think in Vancouver they're mostly crossbreeding there compared to any other provinces.
Oh yeah. Well, no, Vancouver is kind of like the mecca for growing the weed, right? That's where a lot of the weed that is produced comes from Vancouver, mainly Vancouver Island. Just before legalization came about, I was running. Me and a couple guys, we had started our own dispensary, and so our business model was basically the high end boutique market, very sort of exclusive kind of thing. And so all our Seamoss, I don't know if you heard of the grading, but there's a grading, they call them quads. So all our Seamoss was quads and or exotics, which which is all top of the line. And our location was in a secret spot. You had to be invited to be a member. It was a membership. It was called the Rochdale Social Club. So we didn't even have any sort of indication that it was a weed club or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why we called it the Rochdale Social Club was because it was in this building where a former college called Rochdale College was. Now, if you do the research on Rochdale College, you'll find out that this was Canada's first free college that was developed by students, right? It was this unique fucking social experiment that went crazy. And so the idea was it was a free school that anybody could join, and there was no course curriculum. There was no sort of like a certificate that you would get. And how they developed the classes is that they would put an idea on a wall, everybody would assemble to show an interest, and then they would get an expert to come in, and then they would teach the class, and then after that you got a certificate of completion and stuff, right? And so the government gave these guys money to build this university or this college, but then also gave them money to build student housing, right? And so I don't know if you're familiar, Maria, downtown. You know where the Bata Shoe Museum is?
No, not that one.
Do you know where Bloor and St. George is?
Yeah.
Okay, so Bloor and St. George, right in the university there's the Bata Shoe Museum. Right next to the Bata Shoe Museum is this building. It's I forget the name of the building, but it's owned by the city now. And in front they have a statue with this this body that's hunched over. It's called the Faceless Student. And so that building used to be called Rochdale College, which was a college and a university into it. But what happened over time, and you should Google on YouTube Rochdale College, they ended up turning this building into its own community, own self-sustaining community, and they were doing like selling weed and drugs at it. At one point it was considered the number one place to score any drug in Toronto. Yeah, and so they had their own security force. The cops couldn't come in, and I've spoke to some people that were living in that era, right? Because they came to see us when we had the dispensary. And this one guy told a story. He's like, dude, you could go in there and you could live live on the 9th floor, and you could get up in the elevator and like get off on any floor. I don't know how you described it, but it was kind of like every floor had a different world. Like, and they had like a grocery shop in one apartment. They had like daycare center. They had doctors. They had all this shit, so that you didn't really have to leave the building if you didn't want to, because everything you needed was there. And they lived in these communes where it was like the units were what was it? It was this Instagram thing keeps pausing. It was the first co-ed student residence. So they had like a central common area where you had your kitchen and all that stuff, and then everybody had bedrooms that were intertwined, and you could be male or female, and it was a huge like shit show when they first like brought out this concept, because back then in the 70s no one had co-ed dormitories. It was like unheard of. Yeah. And so this was all around the hippie time, all around like the free love and everything. And so, yeah, yeah, Google it, Rochdale. So the point is that we had this dispensary inside this building in the basement, located inside a bookstore. So to go to this dispensary, you had to walk through this bookstore and know what staircase to take to go downstairs. And then at the bottom of the stairs, there was no sign, there was no indication that this you could buy weed there. There was just a door with a buzzer and a camera, and you buzz the buzzer, and you could swipe your membership card, and the door would automatically unlock, or we would press the door to unlock it. But I could see who the person was before they came in, and it was a controlled environment where no more than 2 or 3 people were allowed in the shop at the same time. So if you came to the shop and there was already people being serviced, you had to go take a walk or grab a coffee and come back. Like we tell you, go read a book, and we'll call you. And you had to have an appointment only. So the idea was to keep it was super safe and secure. And then when people were in there, they were comfortable spending $500, $2,000. You know what I mean? Because they would buy like 10 pounds or 5 pounds, like crazy shit. You know what I mean? Because they weren't worried about people like robbing them on their way out the door.
Oh, right. Yeah, great point.
Mm-hmm. So and that's the thing. When you left the dispensary, no one knew you had been in a dispensary. All these other places, they had big signs, they had lineups. People could watch you and see you leave. You know what I mean? So imagine you know this is a known spot where high end weeds being sold at top dollar price. All these guys come in there. You know what I mean? I'm like, we did it mainly so that we wouldn't get robbed. Do you know what I mean? So the criminals didn't even know we existed. So there was no way that they could rob us. So. Mm-hmm. No, and we did really well. And then the legalization came, and then they started threatening to give everybody 15 years if they got caught, running an illegal dispensary. And I don't know, I had a lot of things going in my life, and I just didn't see the value in taking a risk for 15 years. It wasn't worth it for me. So I got out of that business. And now I'm into Seamoss. But I learned to, sorry?
Seaweed.
Yeah, I'm into a new weed. But I learned a lot from that industry, and mainly about like customer service and supply, and because just like CMOS, I see just like weed. When it comes to CMOS, these guys, when they want their CMOS, they want their CMOS.
Right.
There's no games, like there's no joke.
Yeah.
These guys take their CMOS seriously. So. Between well, hopefully I'm putting a dent in some of these orders tonight. I think I just got overcharged on one of them because I wasn't paying attention, and I put the wrong size in them, which is not good. I think I'll figure it out right now. Hey Rio, I see you're there and you have your mic muted, but if you have any questions about CMOS, like let me know, or don't be afraid to kind of like blurt it out and stuff. I tend to ramble on a lot, so it's not easy to find an opportunity to really ask a question. So if you have one, just ask away. Just interrupt me and say, "Hey, I got a question," and I'll do my best to answer it. Yeah, I think I got ripped off on this last label because Didn't put the right size on it. Time is it? It's 12:30.
I don't know if he's trying to talk.
Pardon?
I don't know if he's trying to talk. He's muted.
Yeah, I seen him unmute it, and then he went back down to the.
Oh, down there. Oh, right
Yeah.
there.
Are you able to speak a little louder? Because it is kind of soft.
So I wonder what that symbol means. Does that really mean that like you've been here for like a year or something, like a anniversary, clubhouse anniversary?
Oh no, I think this is the first thing. I just joined. I just joined for y'all. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, Rio. So now I see you. You're Rio Two Tone.
Right.
Hey.
I just came for y'all.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Also, though, if you want, just tell me to send you the link, and you could have joined right in the Facebook window or whatever from the browser.
I don't know if that would have worked because I don't have Facebook. But make one.
Well, no, even not Facebook, but whatchamacallit, if you're on YouTube, it's pretty much the same thing, right? But what it would do is it would open up a new like a browser window for you, and then that browser window is what you would use to do the video.
No, it's weird because I enjoy when you give out your information. You talk about Seamoss. I just listen. So and I'm going to buy. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to get some, but I am going to get some at the same reason as off the strain. And plus, you're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, I am pretty excited about the new batch and stuff. And I wish there was a way to easily, because I mean they're in boxes. It's kind of hard to like pick up the box and show everybody on camera. But like even the full spectrum is really lovely. Actually, you know what? Okay. This box is not too heavy, so I think I can open this one and kind of show it for those that are on video watching.
Oh yes.
My brother. Let's wrap this up. I hate when he ties these knots so tight. Like, who are you tying these knots for? Is it after 12? Yeah, I gotta. There we go. Can you see that? Look at that beautiful color.
Yeah. You got a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah, this is the full spectrum. So you're gonna get a little bit of gold, a little bit of green, some purple. You know, it's nice. It's heavy too. But and it's strapped, you know.
That is pretty beautiful. So, how much is like that box right there? How many pounds is that one box right there?
I don't know. That's a good question. Give me 1 second. I'll weigh it. Space here. looks like it just broke that scale. Let's see if I can put it on this one. So this box, with the weight of the box, is 26.5 pounds. The box is probably about 2 pounds, maybe. So it's about maybe 24 pounds. £24. I gotta do something about this Instagram. Who knows how to change on an iPhone? Oh, these guys. I hate when these guys show up. Block user on Facebook. Block user on Recent Shop. And there you go. Yeah, I think I fixed that. Sorry, guys. I just had to plug in my iPhone. So yeah, to answer your question earlier, that's 25 pounds, and beautiful full structure. Oh. You know, I always wondered, like, who's behind all these, like, bots that deal with these herpes and, you know what I mean, these genital pills and all this kind of shit. It's like they must be making money for them to invest so much time and effort into spreading the message. And, you know,
God,
they're relentless. But here's the thing, too. This just like kind of like illustrates my point about, you know, putting your product in front of people's faces. Like, you know, like, okay, they're fucking annoying. Let's like, you know what I mean? There's no denying that. But everybody knows them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so if you did have herpes, there's a good chance you might contact them because you don't want to. Who are you bringing it to? You know what I mean? Like, you don't want anybody to know that kind of shit. So you just kind of like, okay, you know, send it to me in this black paper bag. Let's see what happens, if it's gonna work or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like sometimes as soon as I make a post, or I don't know if it's the hashtags or what, but it's like it got to be like certain words that trigger it. But it's like some posts I post and it'd be like bling, like oh my gosh, and I delete it. And as soon as I delete it, it's like another one pop up, bling. Like,
Yep.
oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I think there's ways for them to get into the API and stuff of the application so that they can literally see when a new post comes up and this and that. Because I remember I had a friend that does marketing, and he showed me this app that he got he was using it to sell services to people that wanted to, say, grow their Instagram page or, you know, get more followers and stuff like that. And the app would go up and like and comment and do all this stuff automatically. And that's actually part of where I came up with some of my strategies to get business on Instagram. And like, people have always asked me, okay, how do I get business on Instagram? Dude, you just go and like their pages or comment on their shit. You know what I mean? And the idea is you get them to come back to your page to check you out. And you just make sure your page is like slamming with all the right information. And then once they see the page and they look over your stuff, it's like a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like, I believe that there's few people that will look at my page and not consider. They might not buy Seamoss off me, but they're definitely considerate. And that's because of the information I put on the page. And so when I direct these people to the page, you know, they're and that's the thing too. Not everybody converts, but like definitely 2 or 3% of them will. You know what I mean? Like if I send the message to 1,000 people, then about 30 people will respond. So, and these guys are just kind of proof of it. That the more people you put in their face, the more activity you will get from it. So it's almost like you got to figure out, how do I be like these guys without being like these guys? Eh? Because you can imagine if, like, anytime someone made a post in the Seamoss face, you came up there and said, "Hey, I got Seamoss for $10 a pound. You want it?" You know what I mean? And it's just all, automated. I think you'd get a lot of sales, but maybe that's just me thinking.
So, what were you guys talking about on how Instagram is social media?
So we started with talking about these herpes guys and just how they are whatchamacallit, how they are they're advertising all over the place, and how their message, everybody is aware of their message. And I was kind of saying, like, this is an example of why the more people that see your message, the more opportunities you have, because these guys, they must be doing sales, and everybody kind of knows who they are. And so sometimes it's not even as important to whether or not you're annoying people, but just whether you're getting people aware of who you are.
Exactly, because then they'll never know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, that is a good point to say, because I'm not really one to feel like I'm annoying people or to bug people, but really at the end of the day, like it's just a must.
Yeah,
especially
you have
with
to.
Emails.
You can't be afraid of it, really.
Yeah.
My problem so far is like giving people free samples, and I know I shouldn't, but it's like I want to give it so they can try and they can understand, because I believe in the proof is in the pudding kind of deal, and like kind of spreading it like that. But I don't know, and I like it too. I just like when people actually see what it is and they have to pay for it.
Hey,
They actually think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say free samples make sense, especially to new people that haven't tried your product yet. And if you're making the gel, it's like, even if you're selling the raw, I would give them a free sample, not of the raw, but of the gel. You know what I mean? Because the gel is cheap to make. And most people that try the gel, they're sold on it afterwards. So I would definitely do it, but I would also be aware of who you're doing it for. Like, you don't want to just give anybody Seamoss, because not anybody is really interested in it, even if they say that they are. There's, you know what I mean? Like, you want to give it to people that are going to take it seriously, and if they like it, they're going to act on it. You know.
That's my that's what it, because usually what ends up happening, what I do, and I'm stopping because I realize what I'm doing now. So usually what I do is I give it to people I think need it,
and usually I know their borderline conditions because they'll tell me,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, yo, let's try this stuff. Just try it. It would help.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah. And then you ask them, they'd be like, yeah, nah, I ain't tried it yet. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll get those people, but that's the nature of the game. Like, if how do I put it? Like, you can't let that stop you. Do you know what I mean? It's just almost okay. Check. You're not it. You know what I mean? Those are one of the 100 people that are going to turn your shit down. Like, those are the 100 people that you have to get through to get to the three people that will buy into it. So just like, but also identify those type of people to make sure that you're not sending CMOS to those type of people. Because if that's how the average person is going to react, then it's not worth you investing the time to do it, to send it to them so that they can disappoint you again. Like, you're setting yourself up for the disappointing by giving it to some people and expecting them to try it,
yeah. I stopped. How I said I stopped because
Mm-hmm.
I learned from it. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like I really do think because it's like I've noticed like with the trend of CMOS and coming up and not that like everything catches a wave. I don't care, like everything is trendy for etc. And once you understand that, like you if for just saying for example like veganism, like that used to be, it could be a trend for some, like a fad, but for some people it's a lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I see it. Like when people catch on to it with this, with especially social media, it's cool, and it's a cool thing. It's like a double-edged sword. I see it, but it introduces people to it, and then they want to be like, okay, I'll try it now. So it's cool. It's cool like that. I just wish they could get to it sooner because I feel as though if anybody gets to something good sooner, it will just it just makes everything better faster. I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah.
Maybe it's the way you're presenting the samples to them. Maybe just get them to taste it and try it.
That's what. How you know? How you know? How hard, man? You know how hard that is to get someone to try something, and it's just like when you try to explain the consistency, like they like what it tastes like, and I'm like, I make infusions now.
But it's only hard for you because you're not used to doing it a lot.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? If you did it a lot, you would develop techniques that would allow you to, for it to last longer. If that makes sense.
Usually when I'm personal, like when I would bring it to the house, I'm like, all right, this is what and then they just look at it, and then it's like the first thing is like, ugh, like because it's like kind of like what is it, like what's the stuff, and I tell them like do some research on it before I even bring in stuff like that.
But most of these people are people that you know, right?
It will be, yeah, exactly.
That's the problem right there. Don't focus on the friends and family.
Okay.
Oh man, no.
They're the biggest disappointment. Yeah, they're the ones you hit up last. A lot of people think that they're the easy sell. They're the hardest sell. Dude, I sell real estate. Okay, I sell $1 million real estate. I just sold, and I mean, I put it all over Facebook. I just sold a house in Toronto where we listed it for $799, and we ended up selling it for $1.17 million. Okay, my aunt my mom just told me about how my aunt, when they were having a meeting about what to do with my grandma's house and stuff, and my aunt, like my mom brought it up, like, well, we can use Julian as a realtor. And my aunt was like, no, I don't want to use family as like, you know what I mean? We don't want to do business with family. It was like, what? Like, and guys, I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm serious. When it comes to selling real estate, I'm fucking like I'm serious. Like I have certifications for negotiating skills and stuff like that. That's another reason why I do good at business. Is because I've been trained to know how to negotiate and get deals done. And so that's my job. That's what I've been doing for the last 8 years. You know what I mean? And it hurts for my aunt to turn around and be like, "Hell no, we're not using him. We're not using your son. Fuck no." Like you would rather use a stranger. You think a stranger is gonna fight for your you know what I mean? That's that's my grandma. You and my whole family. I'm sure you know what I mean. I'm representing. You don't think I'm not gonna fight my ass off to impress you guys?
Seriously,
Yeah.
back mentality.
Yeah, but that's you can't get upset about it. I like you know what I mean. Like some people would say to me, "Oh, like you know, aren't you upset?" This and that. But it's like that's not what I got into real estate for. You know what I mean? Like I didn't get into it to sell to my family. And in fact, I don't think the only person I've sold a property to was my brother. And I think I got it because I agreed to down my commission, which I never do. Like you know how people like cut their commission? I never do that. No way. Never do I ever cut my commission. Only for my brother I did. I think it was for my brother and another client because what I end up telling them when they push it is I say to them, "We'll talk after the sale." And if I sell the property fast and it doesn't cost me a lot of money, hell yeah, I'll give you money back. And so this property we sold in like 2 days, and it was just like me filling out paperwork. I barely even marketed it. So I was kind of like, all right, no problem. Yeah, you want some money off? Boom, here you go. But if I'm
Yeah.
but if I'm putting my effort in and I'm working hard, I want full pay for sure.
And then that's the thing too, about trying to reach family and friends. Like they're gonna want that discount. Like they're gonna ask for that discount. Like,
Always.
can I get a discount on this? Can I? It's like, no,
Yeah.
you don't ask Amazon for a discount. Like, no.
Yeah. I ask everybody for a discount every chance I get, friend or not. Because what I've learned is that you never know how that person on the other end's feeling and what they're able to do. You know what I mean? And it doesn't.
Discount on my first go.
Huh? Can you get a discount on your first order?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna take your picks all the way.
Yeah, go ahead. You can get a discount. I'll give you 25% off. Yeah, 25% off your first order. Try us 25.
All right. Ooh,
Now,
that's the code. Try us 25.
Yeah. Now, mind you, that's something I offer to everybody. It's on my website. So don't be disappointed when you go there and see it all there. But since you asked, yes, you can have that discount.
All right, good looking. For real. See, if I didn't ask, I wouldn't have got it. I might have not got it. You know?
Well, here's the thing: you would have got it regardless because it's on the website, but you might not have known about it.
Exactly. There you go.
Because that's when I told you about it. Yeah, because a lot of people will go on the site and they don't see it, even though it's on the top of the page.
Yeah, it's like right there at the top. I had to go back and look at it myself. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you got to take care of that and take advantage of the deal. And another deal that we have now that I'm going to do for all of February for Black Friday, or not Black Friday, Black History Month is buy two, get the third item free.
When that's coming in play?
That's right now. You place the order right now.
Oh, really?
So the coupon is buy two, get one free. So you either got to use the 25% off or you can't use both coupons.
Okay, we ain't stacking on you. Okay.
Yeah, no stacking. Okay. But here's the thing: with the buy two, get the third free, you can do that up to 3 times. So you could buy 9 pounds and get 3 of those 9 pounds and only pay 6 pounds.
God damn it!
And I'm doing that one. I'm not gonna do it. I'll try this 25.
Yeah, either. You know, it's all up to you. Why, Reginald? Did you just place an order recently and missed out on it?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, dude. You know, how about this? Next order you place, let me know, and I'll give you that same deal, even if it's like months from now.
Okay, man.
Yeah. One thing I hate is when someone misses out on an opportunity that really wasn't their fault. Like, because honestly, dude, I came up with the idea to do the thing this morning. It wasn't like a preemptive plan. Like I knew 3 weeks ago that I was going to do the sale. It was more like, you know what? You got 3 pounds, 3,000 pounds of sea moss. The fuck are you going to do? Okay, the sale's going on. You know what I mean? Although I don't think I got to take the purple off because I can't. The purple, like my partner would freak out. He already told me like, do not put that shit on sale. And the way he says it to me, he'd be like, yo, Julian, I'm telling you, do not put this on sale. He's like, this stuff is too expensive. Like, we paid a lot of money for it. He's just like, just sell it. Don't sell it. Oh, fuck. So, yeah. So I might have to take that off the sale. But who knows? If you get it in quick, you might be able to order some before I'm able to change the deal. Fuck, what am I doing? That's it. Shipping.
Julian, you sure you're not related to a DM?
Positive.
You did the research or something? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm a Jean Pierre, and in my family down there, there's two main families on my like sort of bloodline. It's the Browns and the Jean Pierres, and I know who Akeem's family is. Like I do business with a lot of the farmers that the same farmers that sell to Akeem. I buy a lot of the same Seamoss.
Because I was like, man, don't even look a little bit the same. I don't know. But I mean, I started with the Seamoss and everything, and with the journey. That's why I started with him and watching him. I started watching his podcast. Well, his YouTube journey when he posted his first video.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, like if you probably started around the same time, you would probably been popping just the same way.
Well, honestly. So just like you, I got a lot of my information from Akeem, from the research, him doing the almost alkaline. I've always known about Seamoss, right? But I didn't really know that Seamoss was in St. Lucia or as popular. How I was introduced in Seamoss in the beginning was when I was younger. My dad would have it all the time, and then also I had a friend of mine from Bermuda who would come up and make this drink for me. And back then, it was like that was the bedroom bully kind of thing. You know what I mean? And so that's how I knew it as the being the maintenance, or helping with your libido. Even though at that time it was like I was like my 20s, I had never any issues. It was more like you add it. It was like an enhancement or something like that. So that's how I knew about Seamoss. And then maybe 3 or 4 years ago, maybe about 4 years ago, I have a friend of mine who's in the Seamoss business too. He was getting into the alkaline diet and putting alkaline foods and making alkaline cookbooks and stuff like that. So he started this company called Vegan Electric. And so he was the one who came to me and was, like, yeah, remember we're taking the Seamoss? Like, yeah, they're into the Seamoss now again. And, this is how they're taking it. And so I went and sourced it out through a friend and tried it, right? And I loved it. I, flipped out, you know what I mean? Because it was, definitely life-changing because at the time my health was not that good. And so my health wasn't that good, and this really made like a life change for me, and so I got hooked on it. And then I went, naturally, like everybody else, I started doing some research, and it's like, oh shit, like the what was it, the Seamoss that I'm getting is not real Seamoss, you know what I mean? It could be potentially fake Seamoss. And so hold on, I'm just trying to make sure this thing doesn't, not that it doesn't auto lock, but it doesn't sleep. Because I keep losing this thing on Instagram. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, so I find out that the Seamoss is not the good kind. It's the kind that the people everybody thinks is pool grown and stuff. And so I do the research on YouTube, and that's where I found Akeem. And then I realized that Akeem is like in St. Lucia, and this is I start reading more, like doing more research, and I'm finding more and more people are like St. Lucia's the spot, St. Lucia's the spot, and I'm just like, holy shit, like my dad's there right now, you know what I mean? And so I hatched this kind of plan between a few of my friends to go down there and buy the sea moss just for ourselves, like not to start a business, not to go sell it to everybody else. It was more like, okay, well, let's see how much we can get it for, and we'll have cheap CMOS for everybody to continue taking the CMOS. And I think the girl that was making me the gel, I worked out a deal with her where I was going to sell her half the CMOS that I was going to bring back for cost, and then the other half I was going to give to her to make gel for me to have for whenever I needed gel, and it would have been just like she would have made the gel for me for free, so I wouldn't have to pay her ever again to, you know what I mean, deal with the gel. But when I got down there and I started like trying to get the CMOS, it was so difficult at that time, and no one really knew it. Like it took me a month before I found anybody reasonable, and when I met my business partner today through a friend of mine, uh, we just hit it off right away. And so he started taking me around the region, and I started seeing the connections and the links that he had. And so I was kind of like, bro, like you fuck, you're like right in there, like whereas one exporter might know one guy, two guys, three guys, he knows the exporter and all the farmers and everybody else, you know what I mean? Like he knows everybody, and everybody likes him, and everybody has a good opinion of him, like his name is good. And so I was like, bro, like you have the supply, I know how to market and sell. Let's do this business together. And because at the time it was like there was no CMOS around everywhere. Like when I was researching to find out like what people were selling the CMOS for, what it was going for, da da da. It was like maybe 6 out of every 10 people that I would look on the site, they were sold out. So I was like, fuck, we can make money just selling to these people that are sold out. Never mind us selling the CMOS ourselves, you know? And so that's where the plan came, to start the business. And the idea came to me to call it the Royal St. Lucian CMOS Company. And like all this stuff that like fell into place, it's crazy. It was definitely, I believe God had a hand into making a lot of these things happen. Because for things to happen the way that they happened, it was like, like me and both of them, we kept saying like, there's no way we would have been able to do this on our own. God is in this, you know what I mean? Like for sure. And so that's my experience. That's my story there on how I got into the CMOS.
With that, like, okay, I take away that the short end, how you just said, with how I had a plan for it, but just the fact that the team that both y'all came together, you the skill sets, you bought these skill sets, he came with these skill sets, and then y'all made that, you feel me, that Voltron, that Power Rangers, because I one thing, go ahead.
No, okay, go finish what you're saying, and then I'm going to blow your mind even more. Go ahead.
All right, so when it came, I was just gonna say one thing I like watching is seeing stuff like that come together. I enjoy things like that, like watching two people come together, or even a band, like a good or a good duo or something like that, because you can see the camera and you be like, man, how the heck? And when you hear the story behind it, you be like, yo, okay. But anyways, okay, go ahead.
Wow, yeah, it's like wow. So here's the thing that will blow your mind. So how I ended up meeting my partner was basically I was going to go and rent a car to drive around and see if I can find a CMOS farm and then look for farmers, right? Big mistake, because where these farms are, it's like I would never have been able to find where they are, right? So I go to rent the car from my dad's friend, and something in my heart tells me, ask him if he knows any Seamoss farmers. He probably knows a Seamoss farmer. So I ask him, I'm just trying to buy some this and this and that. He's like, yeah, you know what? He's like, I got someone for you. I give him a call. Which this guy turns out to be my business partner, right? My partner told me at the time the guy calls him up and says, go over and see the guy, right? Go see me. And he didn't want to do it. He was like, I was at home, I was in bed, this guy's asking me this shit. Like, fuck this guy, I don't want to do this shit. But he said something in my heart was telling me just get up and go. And so he went, right? And so we're talking and we're, developing this idea about the Seamoss and this and shit, right? Now, this is not my first time being in St. Lucia, right? And a lot of times when I'm in St. Lucia, we hire a driver to drive us from the south end of the airport, where the airport is, to the north end where the hotels are, right? So we're sitting there talking, and he says, you're from Toronto, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, I met a guy a few years ago from Toronto, and he came down with his wife, and he had his two daughters with him, and his sister, and then his mom. His mom was a social worker, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, that's me, and I couldn't remember meeting this guy at all ever. And he was like, what? You're serious? That's you? And I'm like, yeah, because he was like, yeah, we were talking about, and at the time, I remember me and him were talking about doing a business where I was going to send him surplus items in barrels and shit, and then he was going to take it and resell it. But he was supposed to call me to do the business deal, but he never called me. And he said to me later on, he's like, you know how much in my heart I wanted to call you, and you would always pop in my mind to call you, but I was embarrassed, because I waited so long to call you, and that's why I didn't call. And could you imagine if that guy had called me and we were friends before?
That's crazy.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
So it's almost like God put us.
To be.
Yes.
It can't, like, the road. It went off past, but you came back onto the path. That's crazy.
Yes, he came back and did this thing, and for the Seamoss, and then for us to do what we're doing, and literally, dude, my life has changed from the Seamoss. My life is completely different today now than it was before, and like I am so much happy, and the things that we're doing in St. Lucia, it's like everything I wanted to do to help people, to create opportunities for people and stuff like that. Like there's more people now exporting Seamoss because guys like me and him have been doing it, and they almost like, well, if these guys can do it, we can do it. And that's what I want. Like part of the reason why I'm doing this is to show people how easy it is to kind of do it. And that's why I tell everybody how I'm doing it, because the goal is not to make the most money. It's to help as many people as I can in this business to change their lives.
When it comes to, I guess, confidence in doing something, like, especially when when a lot of people around you might not see the worth in it.
Mm-hmm.
And even at the time, it might not be worth something, but if you just enjoy doing that thing. But yeah, it seems like you gave a lot of confidence to people since they seen you doing how you said.
Mm-hmm.
But man, that story is the story is crazy though.
Yeah, especially the part where we knew each other from before. That's what blew my mind. Was like we were supposed to, you know what I mean? Like we were supposed to be doing this. It didn't work. And this is something that I've learned about God and just the universe and the world and shit like that, is that for most cases and situations, because man is like, God gave control over earth to man, no spirits can actually come in here and do something without man doing it. So almost every situation you'll see God used someone to make something else happen. He could snap his fingers and make it happen, but because man has domain over the earth, he had, like, even the devil has to use, like, he had to use a snake in order to tempt Eve, and so on and stuff like that. So here's the thing: we all have our own free will. So even when God tries to use us to do something, or the devil, we can choose not to do it, right? And so there's a lot of times where God's trying to use people to do things to help and bless other people, but they're not getting it because these people are not they're deciding not to do what God put in their heart to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so,
yeah, for sure, for sure.
And so if you're not getting your blessings and you're wondering why, it's usually because, especially if your heart's good and you're doing right and you can't understand why it's not happening, it's usually because it's waiting on somebody to do something that they're supposed to do, and they're not doing it. And that's why in some ways, if I feel it in my heart to do it, I just do it. I don't question it. I don't worry about whether or not I'm going to get ripped off from it, or if this person's going to fuck me over or anything like that. I don't think about that, because that's like, it's not, I'm getting in some ways in my spirit, I believe I'm getting a direction to go and do something, and I just got to go do it. And that's my job, and let God take care of the rest. Because I could be holding back someone's blessing.
That's how I feel. A lot of times in certain situations with my surroundings and friends, and I don't at one point ever even blame it, because I said when the time comes, I when it comes to my friends or whatever, I said when the time comes, we just gonna be like, we wish we did it sooner, and that's what we're gonna really be mad at, that we got in sooner, or we did it sooner, and all that. So even like if just to talk about like past history and stuff like that, when I was we were supposed to do crypto like really really early on, but at the time I couldn't do it because for legal purposes, like I couldn't get my identification and all that to do it, and they had it. So anyway, so I was asking them to use the identification, and they were looking at me like, "Oh, you crazy? I'm not gonna let you hold it," and all that. And then when we retrospect on it, they're doing it now. But I was just but at the time I was just like, go ahead, just invest in. Well, if I can't do it, you do it. So if someone wins, so someone could win. They was like, hell no, that's why would I do that? You're not doing it. And so it's stupid. It's stupid. Like, I mean, not stupid in the sense of like making something trust and business wise, but actually pushing forward and doing something as a team, or trusting another individual. And then, but looking back on it and just seeing what you could have did, if it was like, if we just did it, what could have happened? How everything would have been different.
Yeah, it's sad sometimes how often, and it's mainly a lot with Black people, how they're afraid to trust each other. Like, one of my biggest challenges in this business is kind of convincing people that I don't have an ulterior motive, or that there's no sort of like undercover sneak move, you know what I mean, that I'm doing, and that I'm just being genuine. It's crazy. Like, I have a few friends where it was like in the beginning, I literally had to say to them, like, dude, I have nothing to gain by doing that. Like, it clearly defeats the whole purpose of us even having this conversation if that's what I'm going to act like. Do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes if you're gonna, like, I won't waste my time to try and fuck someone over. It's just not worth it. Like, what people don't realize is when you burn someone, you only get one chance to burn that person. That's it. Do you know what I mean?
A lot of time when it comes to situations just like that, it's usually when I get to know the person for like just a lot of my friends that since I knew them for so long, I've ended up as burns that actually have them acting that way. Whereas I know people who would have like asked them before, like if I need to ask them, they would have been like, sure, go ahead. And they're the ones, if they did get burned, they healed from it, or they didn't get burned at all. So it's crazy. I understand fully what you're saying, but it's like so weird, man. Like you can't force that healing on them, or it doesn't. It's not. It's nothing you can really do.
Well,
besides support it.
You know what you know what you can do. You just lead by example, and you show people that you can be trusted. That's what I do, right? I kind of like prove to them that I can be trusted and this and that, and to me, it's important for me to do that because that's part of breaking that generational curse. You know what I mean? That legacy thing that everybody thinks because you know all it takes is one or two guys not to screw you over when you thought they were going to screw you over to begin to be comfortable with trying to trust people again. And so I want to be one of those guys. That just does good business, that just is, fair wherever possible. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, I've done so many fucking deals that I know what makes like how to make a good deal work and how to make it fail. And the number one thing that I've learned to make a good deal work is that the other person has to have um like a like better advantage than you. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to make that person feel like they ripped you off.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, because if they feel like they were the ones who were going to get ripped off, or who were the ones ripped off, the first chance they get to fuck the deal, they're going to fuck it over and screw up the deal, or rip you off, or do whatever. But nobody is going to screw something up when they feel like they're getting the bigger piece of the pie. And in some ways, in the deal, I'll give that person the bigger piece just to make the deal work. So I know that there's no chance of it going south. Too many times people try to use people and have this over thing over them, like I'm the bigger person and you're down there. Well, that person is not going to like being like that for long, and they're going to, you know what I mean, the first chance they can to change that, they're going to. You know what I mean? I haven't met a single person who didn't. You know what I mean? That's why you always hear them complaining about the deal that they got. Oh, this sucks, and oh yeah, I'm fucking working for nothing, and no. You know what I mean? Like eventually, like it's like, you know, I don't know. That's
your ego in chat.
Yeah. My view is just that you want to be fair, you know, more than fair. So
I'm down with it. I'm. It's with the. I won't lie to you. I would do the same thing. I would do the exact same thing. It's just it depends on if I know the person. Like you ever had a person when you do something one time and they always expect the same thing over and over. If it doesn't happen like that, yeah, it's like what's going on. But I know I get exactly what you're saying to make it work. I would do the exact same thing.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
No, as long as I know what I want to get out of it. As long as I get the minimum of what I want out of it to make it worth my while, then I give all the rest to them, and just not have to look over my shoulder.
Okay.
Like even in the case of our Seamoss company, my partner has 100% control of the company. You know what I mean? Like it's in his name in St. Lucia. It's registered to him. And like, when we buy the property, it goes in his name. The trucks, the vehicles we bought, they're in his name. You know what I mean? And he has access to all the bank accounts. He has access. He sees exactly when a sale happens. So everything I have, he has. There's nothing where, yeah, there's nothing that I keep secret from him ever. He knows every deal. And then on top of it, anything that happens in St. Lucia has to get his approval. So like I can't make a deal without clearing it with him and him being okay with it. Like that's his department. Whereas Canada, this is my area. You know what I mean? This is my expertise. The island is his expertise. So I don't like overstep him ever. Well, actually, I think it was one time, but it was hard not to. Like we got the Seamoss for such a good price that it was like when I came back to him and said I did this deal, he's like, "What the fuck?" And then I was like, "When I got it for this price," he's like, oh, "Okay." You know what I mean? Like one of those where it was like he couldn't get mad at me because he was like, "You serious? Was that price?" And I was like, "Yep." But you have to be careful. You know what I mean? To me, like, you don't want to squeeze people. You don't want to make them upset. You know what I mean? Or feel like they got the shit end of the deal, because you won't be in business for long. You know what I mean? Like, that's short-term gains.
Did you start when you started out selling your first, like, this first decide to start selling it? Did you ever like do the farmers markets or anything like that?
No, I couldn't do any of that because when we first started, I was locked. I was stuck in St. Lucia.
Oh,
So,
dang, that's crazy.
that's another piece of information I forgot to tell you guys. So when I left, like, I don't know what made me like. So what had happened was, I guess back in March when they were talking about shutting down all the airports and all the airlines and stuff, my dad was in St. Lucia, and so it was like, I called him up and said, "Okay, Dad, you need to come home, right? Next week, there's no more flights. You got to get on a flight this week." And he was like, "No, I'm not leaving. I'm fine. Like, da 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 da. I can't get ready. I got this to do. I got like." He was like, "I need another week," and I'm like, "You don't have a week. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Like, this is so many days." So me and my brother discussed it, and we decided that I was going to go down there to kind of be with him in case he needed anything, because my dad is like 70 something and he's just getting up there in age. And, we just weren't comfortable with him being locked down on an island for what could be potentially a year and a half. You know what I mean? Because that's what they were like estimating back then. So I flew down there and I caught the last flight that they had. Like the next day, the airport closed. And I ended up getting stuck there for 8 months. So I got there in March and I wasn't able to get a flight back till October. Crazy. You know what I mean? Like, to get into that situation and to take that.
Did you panic?
Huh?
Did you panic at first, like when you found out that initially you was gonna have to stay down there for like 8 months?
You know what it was? Well, going down there, I didn't realize it was going to be 8 months. I think the first month was okay. The second month was like, and then I think it was getting close to the third month where I was kind of like, okay, like I need to kind of figure out how to get back. And they were doing these sort of like humanitarian flights, right? But you had to get to Barbados in order to get this flight out. So it was like it wasn't a direct flight. And my dad was being a dick where he was like, "No, if it's not a direct flight, I don't want to go." You know what I mean? I hate transferring. And I'm just like, bro, like, we don't have options here to, you know what I mean? To have a luxurious flight. Like, we're stuck here. But after a while, I didn't even want to leave. Like, my family had to kind of like freak out on me to get me to come back because I was so happy down there. Like, dude, if I could snap my fingers and be anywhere right now, that's where I would be.
Click your shoes 3 times real quick.
For real. Because there's just so much noise up here in North America. There's just so much garbage that I have to deal with people. That down there I just didn't have to deal with. You know? Like, it's not the same. And so yeah,
Did it feel slower? Like almost like time was moving slower, or did it feel like it went by fast after a certain amount of time?
No,
like after 3 months or 4 months.
It felt like time was pretty slow. What was kind of crazy was just like it just felt like time was going on forever.
I promise that's a fact. I think the island just has just most islands have that effect. I don't know if it's even on a smaller mass, because if you think about it, I'm sorry I'm getting like this anyways, but if you think about it, when mass breaks up, it's different. So a piece of island actually being small, a smaller piece of island, even people being on it, it could actually have a effect and someone like me haven't studied that or whatever. But I don't know. I'm just talking my junk.
Mhm.
But it wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be crazy if you found out when you do spend time on certain islands or et cetera, and all that goodness that you found that like time does feel like it goes us or something like that.
Oh yeah, the time was
Because
really slow. I didn't
I
realize I
think,
was there for so long.
see, that's what I'm saying, and like I think it's the place where they have the oldest living people in the world is on this little island somewhere close like Italy or Rome or something like that. But it's a small little island next to it where they live for a really long time, and I don't know why, but they said it's on a small island. I could look it up. See exactly what I'm talking about. I might be even for sure.
Yeah, you see something similar about St. Lucia, where St. Lucia like has one of the highest rates of what's the word I'm looking for, of centurions, people over the age of 100. And even my grandma,
Real?
yeah, and even my grandma lived till like she was 94 or 95 before she died. I think my dad's gonna live till 100.
That's looking good for you.
Yeah. Well, yes and no, right? Because I was in North America, right? I grew up in North America. So, like a lot of these guys have it's part of their diet that allows them, like the shit that my dad ate when he was growing up. He was like, he said, I literally lived on mangoes and papayas and stuff like that. You know, they never ate fast food, period. Like, what's fast food to them? You know what I mean? That just doesn't exist.
Now I can't lie. It's fast food and it messes and it's just off of convenience, But I don't mess with it. I don't. I mean, I might have like like some tofu and stuff like that. But yeah, I try to stay away. Because how you were saying earlier, once you know something and you just I don't try to preach or whatever, but just because I know, I'll be like if my friends ask me a question about certain things or health, whatever, I might say try to slow up on the fast food, but I won't try like to push it because I know it's hard.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. Sorry to interrupt you, but I have a feeling that this live stream on Instagram is not even working. I think I paused it so many times because, like, the timer is not even timing.
I haven't seen that happen before. Maybe I could do some. I could check it out, but I haven't seen that happen a lot. I don't know why it's happening to you though.
Instagram is very finicky. That's what I've learned.
It's very
finicky. Like, it will glitch a lot. Like, there was a lot of times when I would have these live streams, and they would I wouldn't be able to save it. You know what I mean? And or they would just like the application would just drop, cancel, boom, out of nowhere for no reason. So
yeah, I was checking out. I was checking out your Instagram videos. I like the little carrots in the corner. I think stuff like that with the little flavor. I don't know what the guy's name, but that's cool.
yeah, I didn't know who he was, but I added him because to me it was like he's spitting fire.
Yeah, I got you.
That's why I added it. You know.
Yeah, I was sometimes I'm just thinking. I be like this weird thing be going through my mind, but I promise like if I could do like graphics and stuff like that, I would have did like SpongeBob on Seamoss, getting up, taking Seamoss, and like going crazy, being like, "I'm ready." And that's the only reason Seamoss is a secret weapon. He never let nobody know. Anybody knew about, and then now everybody knows. That's what gets him. Like, I'm ready.
I think someone did a video like that where they were talking like they used SpongeBob in the commercial. Wasn't it you, Reginald?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Made a video with SpongeBob taking a sea
Really?
moss and like, yeah.
Yep.
What's his name? It's on YouTube?
No, it's on Facebook. It's like on Facebook. It's on my Instagram.
Yeah.
It's your Instagram. But go.
It's funny.
KEI, the number 2, natural health.
Hold on. I jumped on so now.
Yeah, it's a funny little clip, and it was cool, like how he like kind of incorporated the idea. Like I never even thought about using SpongeBob as a way to illustrate like in the sea and stuff like that, which I thought was really cool.
Okay, spell your Instagram real quick.
It's KEI, the number 2, natural health. And you'll see it like it's right there. Yeah, SpongeBob is like on the main screen. So like I used at one episode when we went to Sandy.
He was on the Rhino. That's the perfect one.
When I made it, I was thinking about it. I said that I was like, oh man, the one episode when he was like super dry stuff and like it's like dehydrated. I was like, yes, that's the one.
Good job right there, bro. You killed that for real, bro. Good job. What's up? Alright.
But you know, like I tried to make that an ad on Instagram. I made an ad on Instagram and they denied it because they pretty much said like it's like false advertisement.
False advertisement? Why? Because
Because I guess like I'm using SpongeBob and like putting something ill in there. Like they kind of put it as like false advertisement. Like they denied it.
well, I can see you like it being sort of infringing on their copyright, right? Because you probably don't have permission to use like SpongeBob is a licensed product, but I don't know. I always find it's like they put too much of these fucking rules nowadays. Like it's like you can't even use certain music in your content without it getting flagged by some like random company that you're like how do you even have control of this song? Like fuck, you know?
The creative process, like that's the thing about it. I understand. I get copyright and all that to protect the person, but it stops so much creativity. I think because like if I like that clip that he did and if I put it on my page, but it is still reposted, he could come and tell me, take it down. That's my own, but just me reposting it, that's like I'm copywriting off of him in a way because I'm taking this creative process. But he wouldn't mind. Like that's what I don't get. Like you still, even SpongeBob is getting advertisement in this. SpongeBob is winning, so I get it. Like people don't want you just to get and just use it any way that you want. But it's so limiting, and I don't like that. Especially how you said with music.
Yeah.
But it's these guys. I was watching this video, and what they're trying to do is basically they had this machine, and they made all the riffs. And I forgot how we just basically broke it down, but they're going to use the blockchain to try to do it too. So basically, they're going to make every single riff possibly that could be made, and then they're going to it's the way they explain it, but in a way they're going to basically make it like so copyrighted so it can be free. So basically, any riff that you make, you can't get in trouble for it. And they're like lawyers and attorneys. I don't know, like so they know that they know the feel how to do it, I guess. But that's their plan. What they're trying to do. Yeah, I'll see if I can find the video.
That's still like super crazy. You don't even do that. But it's interesting to see like the lengths that people do to do these things, you know.
I get it, right? But even okay, so if we just talk about music, I can see how if I make a song and then like someone just comes around. Like one of my favorite episodes of South Park. If have you ever seen South Park before?
Yeah, I watch lots of South Park.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones is when like Cartman was like, yeah, when they joined made a Christian band. It was like, yeah, just get
boy
a
band.
You know which one I'm talking about?
I think so. Yeah, it's been a while, but I remember when they did the Christian boy, like they were all trying to be in the boy band, and like Stan's dad was like upset because he was once in a boy band and he didn't want him to be in a boy band or something stupid like that.
And
okay, good.
He was like basically he was like get to make like a really good song. So like he was like basically all you gotta do is get like an R&B song or whatever, and whatever anytime they say anything like baby or you just replace it with God or I love you and Jesus, and I promise like that formula actually works because I had asked my daughter's mother, and I was like, "Yo," I was like, "Do this real, just do this real," because she's like, "No," I asked her to do a Mariah Carey one. We belong together, and I promised her that the form it works. It could really work for any song, but I say that to say, like when it comes to copyright, I can understand because someone could just get a lot like someone's hard work and then their blueprint, and they're like, "I worked so hard for this," and I'm gonna switch like a few words and now it's yours. That's not fair.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I mean, it's still like they still even though it didn't take as long, like standing on the shoulder of giants, like if it still was a good song and people still liked it, and it shows that your song was great too. I don't know. I really do think if people just would give everybody the credit, that's it. Like I think if credit was paid due, we wouldn't have the problem. We wouldn't have it today. I don't think people give credit where it's due.
True.
Like if I was to blow up in the Seamoss world and be sitting where you sitting, I'm gonna give credit where it's due. I'm gonna call names, and it's mostly like you and Akeem and I didn't get on Seamoss because of Dr. Sig. It was I understand alkaline and how electricity all that work because of him, like and electric foods, but it really was because of like everybody trying to like experimenting with it and put it in my face, etc. So it was y'all too in that sense. So the business wise, it was you, and this is Seamoss itself. It was me, and Priest, and me being from the islands too. Like I did dabble with Seamoss a little bit, but it wasn't in my diet like it should have, like how I have now.
Yeah. And that's cool. That's cool. Everybody gets there when they get there. There's no right or wrong way. That's how I see it.
How long are you gonna be out there for?
On the live?
No, at your shop.
Oh, I don't know. It's a good question.
Probably about another hour or two. I still got lots to do. You know, I have maybe about another 30 orders to do. I got a bunch of orders too that are just they're packed, but they just need to be um, boxed up. So, and then I got to make. I think the next thing I'm going to do is make 1 pound bags for my picking. So, what I do is I pre-package all the Seamoss, and then when I get the order, I just kind of pick it and throw it in a box. And so,
Do you have like what do you do with like almost like the Seamoss equivalent of shake? Like what do you do with that? Bit?
the shake.
Yeah, do you have like that equivalent, like
Yeah.
a Seamoss equivalent of shake?
Yeah, for the most part, we throw it away if it's really shaky. But I use some of it for myself, so I don't have to go into other Seamoss, like people Seamoss. And yeah, that's it.
Man, you need to flip that. What you talking about? Why don't you be like, yo, we got this bag of shake.
That's true. I never thought about that. But what I have done is there's some Seamoss that we got that's kind of dried out a bit. Just because the warehouse here, it's not dry at all. Like, I mean, it's like, how do you say it? Dries things out quickly. Like, I was thinking about using this place as like a dehydrator because it's so dry in here. And yeah, I was thinking about doing that. But so I have this dried Seamoss, and so I was selling it for $170 for 10 pounds. Which, honestly, I'm surprised more people haven't taken it up. I think it's partly because they don't actually understand what they're getting, right? But for the most part, it's super dry Seamoss, like very brittle, right? And so the volume that you get for the weight is huge, right? But I tell people I only recommend people that are buying it to make gel or who are making gel buy it, because the reason why it's kind of cheap is not because it's got less quality or anything. It's all appearance, and the appearance is that it's just dry and brittle, where a lot of people like it a little. What?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you think that that dry bit would be good if you blended it up and use it like for exfoliate with? Is it that dry?
Yeah, but I would clean the Seamoss first.
Ah, crap! So you have to put a little water, but you can just let it dry out.
Actually, you know what? You know what? If you're using it on your skin and you're not ingesting it, maybe you can still get away with it.
Yeah, the only reason why I would say that is because when you cure it with all the salt in it, and I don't know.
So, hey, that's salt that's in it. That's natural salt. There's no salt added to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, well, all the salt, and when it's curing with the dehydration process,
Yeah.
I just think about it as almost like curing because when I forgot what we call it. When you get the conch and you hang it on the line, but they add salt to it a little bit. But sometimes they don't. You just hang it. But it comes out. Usually they come out of the ocean. They just run some water over it, and then they just let it hang, and it dries just like it's like it's like jerky, like conch jerky. Yeah. Have you ever had it before?
What? No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Conch, like when they dry the conch.
Oh, like
hanging on the line.
Really? They dry the conch on the line?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if that's a Bahamian thing or not, but
maybe.
Yeah, like yeah. When it comes to we get the conch, we dry, and it comes like a jerky. It has like a little funky smell to it, but it's like freaking like high. But I don't eat it anymore. But I remember I remember eating it when I did it. It was like it filled me up. I didn't have to eat after. That was a great snack. I remember too. But anyways, but when the process, the curing process of it, I don't remember them putting salt on just because maybe it came out the seawater, and when they would cure it, it's just hanging up, and it never was a problem.
Yeah,
I never.
I think we make the we call it lobby or lamby, lamby. I forget, but it's the sea conch or whatever. But we don't dry it. We like barbecue it. We grill it.
Oh, okay. Do you put it in foil with like lime and onions and stuff like that, and just put it on the grill, or you do like shish kind of deal?
Both. So
Okay.
the one where you're talking about putting it in the lime and all that stuff, they would call that steamed, and then the other one is grilled,
Okay. Yeah.
where they put it on the skewers and they cook it like a kebab.
Yeah.
Hey, Julian.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so how often do you run across that like drier, brittle sea moss that you're talking about?
Not too often. I think we have maybe like 50 pounds left or 60 pounds of it. So not too much. And like, I don't know when I would get it again afterward. Mainly it came about because someone left a couple boxes open and didn't close them properly and they dried out.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to get a true rid of it, so I would definitely take advantage of that.
Yeah, if you want to, you know what I mean? You want to check for some, you know what I mean? I'll give you a good deal on it. Yeah. Well, it's actually a really good deal to begin with. It works out to be just a little over $16 a pound. And then,
yeah, that's what I was. You said 100 and something for 10 pounds. I'm like, whoa, okay. Like,
yeah.
I mean, because that's mostly what I do is jail, so
And
that would be greatly beneficial.
And the volume is about, I would estimate maybe 15 to 20% more than the similar with the of the same weight, because it's even hard to box it in the regular like a box that I would normally do with 5 pounds. You take 5 pounds of this, it won't fit in that box because it's too dry and sort of fluffy, you know.
And is it like just the gold maybe? Because I realized like the purple and the green, it's I don't know, it seemed like to be a bit more moist than the gold sometimes.
Yeah, it's really hard to dry out the colored sea moss, and it's like it will dry out, but it takes longer. And what happens is like, well, here it is. The reason why the purple, at least for us, the reason why the purple and the green are more expensive is because the guys charge more for it. And the reason why they charge more is because they have to watch it because it takes longer to dry. And so during the whole drying process, they have to monitor it mainly because they don't want it to rain, right? So if it rains, the whole sea moss could get spoiled. But also, you know what I mean? They just monitor it, really. You know what I mean? To see how it make sure it's drying evenly and all that kind of stuff. And so that takes time, and that time they want to get paid for, and so that's where they get the extra, you know. That's how they're able to ask for more money.
Have you ever got purple sea moss that when you soaked it and you soaked it like in lime, that the color would the purpleness will actually come off of it?
Yep. Yeah, all the time.
Is
That's not an uncommon thing.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know, like, how do I put it? I'll never forget, like, the first couple times, like, people called me about it, and they were freaking out because it was like, to them, they thought I had put dye in the fucking sea moss, and I'm just like, guys, you're crazy. Like, you're reaching. You're really reaching. Like, dye in the sea moss. Like, you know how much money that costs to add that dye? Like, it's not point.
I feel like that as well. Well, I mean, like during let's say the shipping process, and you'll probably see it maybe like on the bag, maybe.
So even with the Condorus crispus, it tends to sometimes have the color run on it.
I'm asking you with the Condor's Crispus, because it's generally purple, right? Does the color fade on that too, or does it run?
No, it stays actually.
Oh, it stays purple. Cool. Yeah, I never understood why some of the purple Seamoss does it and some doesn't. I gotta ask the farmer what their opinion is.
Yeah, I seen a post. I seen somebody post before. Like that's happened to my purple, like and to my green. But I seen one post before, like to where it like literally like changed their water that they were soaking it in. Like it changed the water purple, like, and like when it was done soaking it, like the sea moss didn't even have any color to it anymore. I was like, whoa, like,
Yeah, I think that as well.
But see, the purple color runs on it even like as it's drying, right? Like that color is not like a permanent fixture of the algae, because that's part of the reason why full spectrum exists, is because that is Seamoss that they were trying to get purple, and the colors didn't stay. Like they either faded or they didn't turn quite purple. They went brown or another color and stuff like that. But if it rains when they're trying to make the purple, there's times where the whole color, like the Seamoss would just turn white. Like all the color would be gone out of it. So I don't think that the color in the Seamoss, it's almost, I think it's like there's already some kind of enzyme or something in the sea water that's in it that changes the color. You know what I mean? As it dries. And then that way when you soak it, that's the reason why it runs. Because it's not in the actual algae, but in the liquid in the algae.
That makes sense to me, actually.
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like, imagine you soaked it in food coloring, and that food coloring, absorbed into the Seamoss. That's the similar way, except the water it's probably water was clear, and then when you cool when you dried it, it changed the color. Because even when you change when you try to sun bleach it, right before it goes white, it will turn a little bit of like a bright pinkish, purplish color. But then you leave it a little bit more, and it goes white. That's why there's times where we've gotten gold, and we looked at it, and the guy didn't bleach it long enough, and so there was still some pink in it, like a slight like hue of pink.
Yeah, I've actually seen people that sell the like pink Seamoss.
Oh yeah, there's you can get pink Seamoss. Like the pink Seamoss is done the same way the purple is, except that whereas the purple they use a darker colored Seamoss, this is more of the lighter beige one that produces the pink.
Do you think the mold plays a really big part on the color of it too?
The mold?
The moon, like since it's dried, since the purple isn't the purple mostly at night when they try to keep it dry?
Yeah, I think that's more marketing.
Okay.
Like I've seen them say, "Oh, dried by the power of the moon" and stuff like that. And so a lot of times they're not putting it, like some of the farmers will dry it out in the open air in the dark, right, by the sea. But most of them are drying it underneath their houses. They'll set up some lines there so it's not in the direct sun. And so I don't feel like there's any move. Although I do believe.
Oh, so
sorry.
So basically, instead of they're they're drying it with no light. Yes. And instead of okay.
Yeah. And I mean, even just not putting it in the direct sunlight.
Yeah. In the shaded area.
Yeah.
Man, like I promise if I could, because I like to experiment. If I could just like go and I would try it so many freaking types of ways to see like colors and stuff you can get and what you can do. That sounds so dope.
Oh yeah, it's fun to dry Seamoss. That was sort of my.
Oh, you did it.
Oh, dude, I've done every single aspect of farming. There has not been a single thing that comes to farming that I haven't done.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like right down to making the ropes. Like I know how to make the ropes with the twines. I put the sticks in the water. I've dried even on my Instagram page. If you look, you'll see the tab that says harvest. That goes through the whole trip of me doing that Seamoss. That was how I got my partnership. I'll never forget it. And it was funny because he didn't say it to me, but like when someone does something and you're just like, okay, this is the test. You know what I mean? And that's what it was, right? Because it was like the whole time I was talking to him, I'm like, oh, I know this about Seamoss, I know that about Seamoss, you know what I mean? And I could just see him saying, oh, so you know so much about Seamoss, huh? So he shows up with like I think it was 3 or 4 sacks of Seamoss. And I'm like, what's this? And he's like, oh, it's wildcrafted Seamoss. And I'm like, okay, yeah, what's this about? He's like, here. And I'm like, okay. He's like, I go, what do you want me to do with it? He's like, dry it. Show me what you can do. And so I cleaned it, I dried it, I bleached it, and I literally watched that motherfucker like you know what I mean? Like it was my job interview kind of thing. Like I wanted to make sure that Seamoss was perfect. And I'm not just trying to be biased, that it was badass. Like the Seamoss I had perfect. Not one black mark, not one stress part, nothing. And when he saw that, he just looked at it and was like, I'll never forget that sound. Like wow, woo, like you know how to make Seamoss. I'm like, yeah, right, motherfucker. Of course I do. Like there's no way I'm failing this. You know what I mean? Like, my whole life depends on it. And so yeah. So you can see me do that in the video on the Instagram. And you check out the harvest part. And but it taught me a lot and stuff. And what I did was I made sure I did everything that no one didn't want to do. So like when it came to making the ropes, I used to say, I'll make the ropes. You know what I mean? I'll do the twine. I'll do this, because I wanted to learn everything. I wanted to learn all this. And that's the thing. Like by doing that, I feel like I have a more respect for what these guys are doing. You know what I mean? And the price that they're asking. And when something goes wrong, I understand why it went wrong. You know what I mean? Because there's times where these guys are, could be doing shit and like, like, okay, for example, the weather could be perfectly fine, and then in the night there's a passing storm, and all your Seamoss is gone, all of it washed up on shore. Do you know what I mean? So all the work you did is done, and you have to start again. If I wasn't there to see it happen for myself, I'm pretty sure if he called me and said, "Yeah, you can't get your Seamoss because all of it washed away," I would have been like, "What the fuck? What do you mean all of it washed away? How did it all wash away?" You know what I mean? But because I was there and saw it firsthand, walking up to the beach and seeing all our Seamoss on the shore, and everybody kind of like picking it up, and like that is the most discouraging thing. To spend like a week on your farm building up all this Seamoss, planting it, everything, and then one bad weather and all of it is washed to the shore, and you like everybody's just like it's a mad dash. There's people that wait on the beach for it to wash up on shore so that they can go collect it. You know what I mean? And that's the hard work that's gone. Poof. So yeah, I have a very good respect for these guys, and being out in the sun, in the seawater, it's tiring.
Yeah, I can imagine. I have
Yeah.
a lot of like real good lessons and whatnot. I'm like just too.
Yeah, super tiring. Trust me. You know, I do not wish it on anyone.
It's probably more work than like swimming.
Oh yeah, big also too because the waves are constantly like there's a current splashing you back and forth, right? And you have to kind of stand upright and you know be you know like not fall over, I guess.
I honestly think like that's one of a key. I think that's a key aspect to running a healthy, good company is when the person at the head can actually empathize and understand because they actually been through all the stages they've been. He can actually sympathize with his workers and come to understanding that okay, I've been there. I understand. So
Mm-hmm.
man, just knowing that is for sure.
No, right, it's true, and these guys work hard, and most of these workers are females, right?
Really,
Yep.
really. That's wow. That's great to know, man. God, that's great.
It's good to know, but at the same time, it's like these women work fucking hard, man. Like these guys are pulling. So I'll give you this first ratio. It takes 10 pounds of wet sea moss to make 1 pound of dry sea moss. So to make 100 pounds, they have to pull 1,000 pounds out of the water, clean it, and carry it at least 2 miles to their village. But usually it's more than 2 miles. Like it's a distance, it's a trek. And a lot of these guys don't have cars. They don't have a boat to go in the water. You know what I mean? And if they did, the job would be so much easier. But they do it all by hand, all manual labor, right? So they clean that 1,000 pounds. Then they have to put that in bleaching bags, the bleach. That takes a day. And then the next day they got to put it out to dry. And at any time something could happen with the weather that could spoil that whole batch that they took 2 months to make. Someone could come and steal it. Gone. You know what I mean? I remember when I was there, this lady lost 500 pounds of sea moss. Someone broke into her house and stole it. Like the theft is redonkulous. Like people that it's crazy. I remember we caught a naked man in our farm because he had like undressed and was like basically like how do I put it? If he had gone into the water with his clothes, then when he left the water, they would have known that he was in the ocean where he wasn't supposed to. So because
he was ninja, he was
straight up, bro, straight up ninja styles. And what was funny, right? And this is the story about like sometimes when shit goes wrong, like it's going wrong for a reason, right? So the day we caught this guy doing this, we were supposed to go in the farm for like 10 a.m. And then all this bullshit happened, and the whole day got fucked. And we needed to do something, get something done for some reason. I can't remember. But I remember being upset that we were showing up at the beach at 4 o'clock, and it's kind of like we had to stop at 6 because the sun goes down at 6, and you can't work in the dark. So it's like, fuck, why are we even going? Like, what was the point? Like, we're just wasting gas and putting wear on the engine and this and that, right? So but I'm not saying anything. I'm just keeping my mouth shut. And we pull up onto the beach. We come down this long road, and then there's the beach, and then I guess the length of the beach, there's a road that you drive along to get to our campsite where we're doing all our work, right? So we come into the beach, we're going along the side of the road, and I take a look onto the beachfront, the waterfront, and I see this guy fucking booking it, like just running, like he's like gonna like he's on the sprinting for something. And so this beach is like usually deserted. Like there's no one there. Like it's kind of like, first of all, what the fuck is that guy doing there? And then second, why is he running? Right? So I'm watching him, and then I'm looking, and then there's like a clearing through the bush, and you could clearly see he had no clothes on. So I was like, what the fuck? Like, so I turned to my partner, I'm like, is this normal?
He's like, what do you mean? What's normal? I'm like, this guy, look, he's running on the beach naked. He's like, no, what the fuck? You know what I mean? He's like, he's naked. So as we pull into our campsite area, this guy, I guess he was trying to run away from us. He dived into that area and boom, like right in front of us, bam, like he's there, like fucking shits all out, everything. And so my buddy and his fellas get out of the car and they're all speaking patois. So I have no idea what they're saying, but it sounds to the effect of like, "What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing here? Why the fuck are you naked?" Right? So the guy gives him this story, and they let him go. Right? Something says to my partner. He said something said to me, "Go watch the guy." And he goes and watches the guy, and he sees that the guy went into the bush, and he's bending down, and he starts picking up 2 sacks to leave, which was like Seamoss from our farm. So we had to chase him off, and we got the sacks back. But you know what I mean? And and to add add to the joke, the next day I'm sitting out in front of my partner's house chilling, and the dude walks down the street and is like, "Hey, what's up?"
Oh no, it's not like
What?
oh no, it's not like that.
Yeah, all nonchalant, like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And so I turn to my partner and I'm like, "You knew the guy?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course I know the guy. He lives in my neighborhood." I'm like, "But he's still listening." He's like, "Bro, what are we gonna do? Like, what the fuck? Like, what? You want me to go beat him up now?" Like, because he's like, he's not stealing our Seamoss now. There's nothing I can do. Like, when he had the Seamoss, he could have done something. But that was crazy story. Jokes. I think the guy's name's Ali. He's some crackhead or something like that. He steals he's known in the village for stealing everybody's Seamoss.
Yo.
Yeah.
This butt booty nigga taking a jog on the beach, ninja style. That's funny as hell. See, like stuff like that is funny to me, bro.
Dude, it's crazy. I actually wanted to do. I thought I was like, if we could have a camera crew to videotape us and the shenanigans that we get in every day.
Barks.
Huh?
Barks. Oh, sorry. I thought it was on
No. Yeah, the shenanigans we get into. Have you ever watched? You ever heard of the show Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah.
That would be like the equivalent of us, like what we were doing. It was like doing Trailer Park Boys. Like it was the big shit show every day. Like, what are we gonna do today? In the Seamoss world. Jeez.
It's a side. It's always like I promise, like those little things right there, the little side quests. I call them and stuff like that to life. Those, I don't know, man. The journey of it. I love it. Even like when you were like, oh, he gave him some type of excuse. I want to know what the hell he said so bad. I want to know what that excuse is and all those little details.
He said that he said that he was training, like running, training.
Yeah.
And so they're like, "What? You're trained naked? Like, what do you mean you're training? What the fuck are you talking about?"
That's the one I'm thinking.
Yeah. So who trains naked? What do you mean? And maybe that's what made my partner kind of like, yeah, let me check this guy out because the story just doesn't make sense. Like who does that?
Yeah,
Trains on the naked.
That's golden Seamoss right there.
Yeah. Oh. That's so
I'm gonna go ahead and turn it in.
Pardon?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it in.
Oh yeah. It's getting to that hour. Like the time flies so quickly. Like it's 2:00 already, man. It's like, wow. Did not know.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't even know.
Yeah. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. Right? But I still got.
I actually wanted it.
I don't know. I think I might work on another hour. So, all these, I gotta make some gold Seamoss packages.
I think tomorrow. I can't wait till these guys are done their construction in here, though. The whole warehouse is all fucking upside down. You guys can't see it because you're on the clubhouse, but like, so the warehouse I have here, I split it with someone else, and they're in the process of making a door, like a garage door. So they had like all their shit is all over the place, and they're gonna build a wall. So behind me, there's gonna be a wall that's gonna block a lot of this shit out, so I don't have to see that stuff. Which is good. Allow me to clean this up and get it more organized.
I mean, it doesn't look bad or anything like that. It just, I can't, like, it just was like a working space, but I see what you're doing.
Well, if you look behind me, like over my shoulders, like my area here, it's fine. There's like a table, there's some bags on the thing, but they have a lot of, because what they are is they're a demolition company, and so when they demo like a warehouse or whatever, they'll take whatever they see is valuable and they'll try to resell it. And so a lot of that stuff is just junk that they're trying to sell.
Do they bring the metals over there?
Pardon?
To like sell the metal?
Metal? You mean like scrap metal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they get rid of that right away, but they do have some of that, or they do sometimes have a pile of that. Like they'll put a pile of copper somewhere, you know, because the copper is worth so much money. It's crazy what's going on with those Cadillac converters, eh? You haven't heard about it? Like these guys are going around stealing Cadillac converters to recycle it because they have precious metals in there.
Nah, what the hell?
Yeah, man, it's
That was
huge.
like
I thought it was
real
bigger.
bad out here.
What?
I said that was like real bad out here for a while. Like I don't know if the state's period, but I know in Texas, like it was bad. Like bad.
Yeah.
So you want a convertible in Texas?
Sorry?
The Cadillac converter, they go on the cars like those mostly like off of work trucks or like vans and stuff like that. And it was like horrible. Like they was going to car dealerships and just raping them.
Yeah. Like even my church's van got hit recently, where it's like, you know, and it's so horrible because to destroy a church van like that, you know what I mean? And people need this to get to places and stuff, you know. It's expensive, and I don't think the insurance covers it or something. Well, maybe they do, and I don't know. Actually, I think they do. I don't know what my pastor was talking about. Fucking, I'm gonna look into that because he was asking people to donate money for the church van to get it fixed. But I'm thinking, like, wouldn't that have been covered under insurance? You know?
You gonna ask your pastor about it?
For sure.
Oh man, yo, that's what's up, man. Just the fact that you say you about to challenge, yo.
I'm not challenging him. I'm inquiring him to say, hey, like,
but acquiring. You know,
but in some, like, how do I put it? Like at my church, I'm not just like a regular person that goes there. I'm part of the, like, I guess the administration. So in some ways, like, I feel like it's part of my job to question the pastor if there's something that I see that doesn't make sense. Because if I see it and it doesn't make sense, there's other people that are seeing it that it doesn't make sense. And there could be a good reason what he was talking about, but the way he said it was misunderstood. Do you know what I mean? And that's and that's something that I say a lot about Dr. Sadie. Like a lot of people like they think I hate on him and I'm trying to shit on him, right? But I just know how people are. Humans are humans. Do you know what I mean? And
act in a similar behavior. And so one of the things that I've noticed that happens sometimes with my pastor is that we'll have a meeting where we'll be discussing, say, the Christmas party. And in the meeting, we'll discuss what's on the menu for the Christmas party. And it would go something like, okay, we're going to have fried chicken. We're going to have curry chicken, rice, fish, something else, right? He will get up on stage during the service and be like, we're going to have the church Christmas dinner. It's going to be amazing. It's going to have everything. We're going to have Chinese food. We're going to have this food. It's going to be, you're going to love it. And I'm like sitting there thinking in my head, Chinese food? What? That wasn't on the menu. Like, we never even discussed. Like, where did he get that from? And what I realize is that a lot of times when they're on stage and they're presenting, shit's just going through their mind. Do you know what I mean? And so they're just describing something. And it's not going to be exactly accurate. And that's how I see with Dr. Sebi. There was a lot of shit that he was doing when he was doing those stuff. He was presenting stuff. You know what I mean? And he might get this, species mixed up with that species and stuff like that. Did he do it intentional? Hell no. More likely he didn't. But in the middle of speaking, you're not really always paying attention to exactly what you're speaking. You know what I mean? You're just putting out that general message. And if someone's recording your message and they compare your message to something else, you know what I mean? It could look like you were saying a lie, which you, in your mind and your heart, you weren't. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I fully understand.
Yeah.
Like the creative flow of talking, especially in the moment of talking and just going, and especially being recorded at that time. It came from a pure place, but it wasn't accurate. That's it. And I don't think it's a problem to challenge or acquire or just basically just fact check somebody, because that's how things get better, and that's how you elevate. That's how that's just evolution, man. Like you know how much crap we do.
I agree. I agree 1,000%. But unfortunately, not everybody agrees with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, like the popular opinion kind of deal. It's fine. It's fine. It's just I understand, because it seems like even though sometimes when you don't have a popular opinion, you stand on it, which is good. But me, I can't rely on you. I tend to just I might just not say anything at all, or unless I have I could be like, yo, like that you're wrong, kind of. But when someone says something and they stand on it like it's 100% accurate and they're not even sure, since he was talking about it and it's coming from a pure place, that's why I don't care. Like I don't care. But if it was wrong, I would correct it, especially if I had the facts. But when someone just says it to make it sound good or hype it, they know what they're doing, because it's manipulating at that point, and I don't like that. So I would say something for sure in that instance. So I can't understand.
That's the thing. I don't have any issues with Dr. C. I don't even know the guy. I don't know enough about the guy to have any issues. And I do believe that he's healed a lot of people, right? But what I see is that there is I guess there's a group of people that tend to not want to listen to anything except what he says and not expand their minds, right? And these people are taking everything that he says like it's like the gospel, and what they don't realize is that information is not accurate, and that inaccurate information is affecting people, right? There's a lot of people that make their livelihood off producing Seamoss, farming Seamoss. And there's nothing wrong with farming Seamoss. The only person that's ever said anything wrong with farming Seamoss was Dr. Sebi. Do you know what I mean? And not only that, when he didn't really say that there was anything wrong with the Seamoss, what he said was that the Seamoss got its nutrients from the rock, which is not true, right? But because of that, no one wants to buy Seamoss from a rope because they think for some reason that has less nutrients, right? But all these people live their lives off producing this product, and there's nothing wrong with the product. But this guy is convinced everybody that there is wrong. You know what I mean? And the amount of people that I've spoken to that are like kind of like fuck, what do we do? Like, this is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, they know the truth, and anybody that's sold enough fucking Seamoss knows the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know? Do you know exactly how that rumor, not rumor, but how he proved that and made it become so strong? Like exactly what you just said.
He showed no proof. He just said it.
No. It wasn't. No. It wasn't. He didn't show any proof. This is what he did. He went on an interview. It was the Breakfast Club, I think, or it was. No, it was another interview too. When he drops on his knees.
Yeah.
He drops on his knees and he says, "That is the power of Seamoss." Now, what made it hold so much weight was his age, and you can't imagine like your dad or just an elderly person his age just dropping on their knees from it. It was he jumped on top of the desk and he dropped on his knees. I think in one video.
No,
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I saw the video where they where he dropped to his knees and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a good video. But that's different. Like that, like I'm not arguing. Like Seamoss will do that. But to say that
his overall lifestyle as well, though, how he was eating, all those things.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So but that what I'm trying to say is when he said that the power it's like just the power of branding in a way, but he wasn't trying to brand, but that is the power that you can do with branding. Like if you friggin' in 2 weeks, if your hair grew 2 inches and you just say this is the power of Seamoss and you didn't even use Seamoss to eat it one time, that you can brand Seamoss in that way. People do it with weight loss. They go to the gym and they work really hard and then they go get endorsed by friggin' and then they say, yeah, Herbalife. And friggin', so.
Hey, Herbalife works, by the way. Did you say Herbalife?
I've heard a lot of it. My cousin is on that, but I've heard a lot of people from America.
Oh my
God. No,
God.
real talk. Yeah. Bro, Herbalife works. Herbalife was the only shake thing that I ever took that made me lose weight. And they make a tea. I don't know what the fuck is in that tea, but that tea is amazing stuff. So, but I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not a big fan of the multi-level marketing stuff, but Herbalife fucking works.
So wait, like with the tea, like are you talking about like you went to the bathroom more, or like you just
So the Herbalife sells the energy tea, and the tea gives you like ridiculous amount of energy and clarity. Like, yeah, when I was taking it, like, and I mean, I took Herbalife maybe 10 years ago, but I used to weigh a lot. I used to be like 230. 240 or over 220 for sure, and that Herbalife made me. I went down to like 195 or something, like really quick on taking it, because all I was taking was and I was taking all the shakes. There's something about those shakes.
That cookies and cream was hitting, huh?
I didn't have the cookies and cream. I just did vanilla. And I think that was it. I just had the vanilla. There was a strawberry one. But I wasn't big into all those little supplements and all the drinks and all that stuff. I think that shit is all bullshit. Even with Airborne and all that kind of stuff, this is all marketing crap, right? But the Herbalife worked. But getting back to the point is like, what was I going to say? It was like...
City and the brand and how he did it.
Yeah, so it is branding. And I mean, those effects of the Seamoss is fine. But when he says that the nutrients come from the rock, and he uses this word to describe it, when I researched that word does not make any sense to what he's applying it to. And then also, my research shows that Seamoss is an algae and it doesn't get minerals from the rock. Right? And so imagine you're in an industry where everybody says, "Oh, it's got to come from the rock. It's got to come," but you know that rock means nothing.
Like it does not get its nutrients from the rock. You know what I mean? And so one of my reasons for speaking out is to show people the truth because it's affecting uh, these farmers. You know what I mean? You have guys like Victor Bowman going there and basically saying, oh, like directly, oh, if you get Seamoss from St. Lucia, it's trash. If you get this, it's trash. You know what I mean? Yet he has, pardon? Horrible. You know what I mean? And what's crazy is he's going on like he's a healer, yet all his products are priced out of reach.
That's not a true healer's mentality. I don't care what nobody says.
That's where I listen. I debated him one time because he was saying that shit, right? About there being fake Seamoss, and I had this customer call me up and be like, "Hey, I thought you told me your Seamoss was real," and I was like, and this was before I didn't even really know who Dr. Sebi was. Like I didn't understand that whole Sebi movement, everything. And this was in St. Lucia when we were first started with the Seamoss, right? And so the girl comes to me, asks me sure if it's real. I'm like, yeah, it's real. I fucking can show you me pulling it out of the water. That's how real it is. And so she bought it off me, and then she came back and was like, oh, you lied to me. You ripped me off. You know what I mean? All that kind of shit. And I was like, what the fuck? No, I didn't. So she says it's this guy who says your Seamoss is shit. So I went up to him and DM'd him and was like, yo, what up, guy? Like, where you get your balls calling my Seamoss fake? It's not fake. And then we went back and forth, and he started threatening me like, oh, I'm gonna trash your business. I'm gonna ruin you. You don't know who you're talking to. So imagine I don't know who I'm talking to, and he starts throwing that shit to me. So I was like, what? Who? Okay, let's go. Like, and
yeah, that's all right. I can head to Canada. I get it.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. Like, yeah, I ain't scared of you. Like, fuck you. I'm in St. Lucia. You can't tell me my shit's fake. How are you telling me my shit's fake when I just pulled it out of the water myself, right? So he gets me to go on his live stream and he tries to kind of like bait me, right? And the first thing he says is, oh, name all the 92 minerals and this and this and that. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So we go, huh?
He couldn't even have done that himself.
He didn't. He couldn't. You know what I mean? And that's where I flipped it on him. I go, okay, no, I don't know the 92 minerals. Why don't you tell me what they are?
Yo.
That's the best way to burn someone. Say, no, you're right. I don't know. So what is it? And then they, you just flip it on them. So we went back and forth, and I was kind of telling him like, you don't know what species you're selling. You don't know this. You don't know that. And so we're going on to ask him questions. And then he's like to me, and this is where I got him. He was like, you call yourself you think you're helping people. You're not helping people. You're just here to make money off people. And you're pretending like you're this and that. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And so I go look on his website, and I see on his website that he's selling 2 ounces of Seamoss for $17.
What?
And that's it. Like, you can't buy 4 ounces. You can't buy 8 ounces. You can't buy a pound. Only 2 ounces. So if you wanted a pound, you had to buy those 2 ounces times 8 at $17 a pound. So I told him, I said, listen, bro, you're the biggest fucking hypocrite I've seen. How dare you talk to me about, you know what I mean, that I'm in it for the money. I go, yeah, I'm in it for the money. I'm here to make money. And so are you. You're not a healer. You're a fucking charlatan. You're pretending to be a healer, and you're ripping everybody off. And he's like, oh, no. I'm like, yeah, so tell me, why are you selling your Seamoss for $17? I go, you and I both know you're getting it in Honduras and probably paying $5 US a pound. You know what I mean? And then there was this long silence. And I said, bro, don't make me go down to Honduras and go talk to your people and find out that that's what you're paying, because I'll put it all over social media. I'll tell the whole world what your price is. He was fucking free, you know what I mean? I'm just like, how dare you? Like, you're charging $17 a pound. I said, I sell my pound for $42, and you're making I think it was like $120 off the pound. And you're talking to me, huh?
How about to make another name, and then so we could get some clickbait, because that's what it seemed like. He was trolling for that, and it's like, but when you start calling him out and you really start pulling the sources and putting it in his face, you might want to watch that. That's crazy.
But I wish you could see it. Sorry to cut you off, but he deleted it. He blocked me, and he called. Check this out. He called me a botsy man.
Ooh.
So when he did that, I fucking laughed. Right? I was like, "What? What did you just say?" And I'm like, "Did I just hear what you said?" And I was like, "I won. I won." I started doing this thing in the camera, like, "Oh, I beat you, bro." I'm like, the mere fact that you had to call me a name and you couldn't debate me on actual facts shows me that you're outside of your league and you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? I'm like, go do your research and come back to me and this and that. Because I'm just like, how can you call me a botsy man? And we're supposed to have an intelligent conversation, And so, I don't know. To me, there's something wrong with your marketing if you have to openly disrespect another competitor. Do you know what I mean? Like, you will never see us say, "Oh, our Seamoss is better than this," or "Don't buy this Vietnam Seamoss. Only buy from St. Lucia." Like, you know what I mean? Never do we put, because we don't need to. Our Seamoss sells itself. Every Seamoss sells itself. You shouldn't have to be, you know what I mean? Like, if you're disrespecting another brand, it's more than likely because you're not doing enough to show it in enough people's faces for enough people to want to buy that. That's it. And these guys don't know how to get in front of more people's faces. So rather than figure that out, they get jealous at the amount of people that hate St. Lucia. You know what I mean? Because everybody thinks our Seamoss is the best. But is it really the best? Who knows? No one's taken a test. But the reason why it seems like it's the best is because everybody that buys it is so happy with it that they tell everybody about it. Whose fault is that? You know what I mean? That's not our fault. It's not our fault to see the market likes the product. You know what I mean? It's mainly liking the product because it's more readily available. It's easier to get St. Lucian Seamoss than it is to get St. Grenadian Seamoss or Seamoss from St. Vincent. They're not promoting as much as the some of the St. Lucian farmers. But if they did, people would like them.
You know how, like, France, well, when I think about, like, food coming from France, I might think about a croissant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about food from Italy. I'm thinking about, like, pizza, spaghetti. And when I think about St. Lucia, first thing comes to mind, Seamoss.
Mm-hmm. But, there's so many reasons why. Like, even the government spends a lot of money promoting Seamoss. Part of the reason why everybody loves St. Lucian Seamoss low key is because of the money that the government has invested in promoting the product. And saying this is, it's coming from pristine waters and blah blah blah. Like, maybe if their government started promoting their Seamoss as much as our government is, people will begin to see the quality. Because I've never met anybody that bought Seamoss from these other places and turned to me and said that shit Seamoss. They're really happy with the Seamoss, so it's got to be good.
What do you think would happen if you got some land and basically right by the beach and basically dug and made a canal, just like a little canal from the actual ocean to run actually to come in? Basically dug a big, like, how they make the
like a lagoon,
the lakes, like exactly like how they do like the man-made ones, but basically letting the ocean water cycle through from one end to another. So it will be like open and a closed. So it had to be in the at a certain corner so it could like sight through. And in the middle of it, having the Seamoss, and you know, you could throw some rocks in there, throw some rocks so people can't say nothing, and like letting it grow like that. And plus, it will be controlled. The weather couldn't get to it. Well, the weather could. It could still have a strong current go through, but if it does get like that, you could have a gate to just come down, just to stop it like a dam. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not saying anything. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. A dam to close it down, so if the weather does get like a hurricane comes through, so it it's gonna be a strong current from open side to the closed side. So it will just basically close off. You can just close those two down. The water will still be fresh, cycling through. You can open it up when it's all over, so it cycle through. But like something like that, do you think that could work?
In theory, yeah, but I know definitely you would have to make sure that it had a certain amount of current, and that the waters in that area had a certain amount of like salt nutrients in it. Yeah, and then it should work. I mean, there's evidence in the past that people were building ponds and pumping the seawater into the pond and then circulating it and growing the sea moss in there. But nowadays, and this is the thing. Yes, these things used to exist, right? Or they have the potential. But when you look at today's economics and the cost involved to produce something like that, it's just not worth it. You know what I mean? Like the cost for energy nowadays is so expensive that to run a machine and a pump, especially in the islands, it's just like it's not feasible when you have the ocean that's free. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Yeah,
But
I think
it's the if you know the machine that you actually use the water to move the current, you can make stuff that actually use the power of the ocean.
Yeah.
To move it, but it's just like if someone has to come with it and actually want to invest the time to put the resources and energy just to make something that could be
and
affordable.
And why when the ocean's free? That's
right,
that's
exactly
the number one
the
question.
purpose.
Why do all these pool grown? Why do all this stuff when the ocean is free and it's easy to use? And I mean, if anything, they could probably put a barrier to block the hard currents coming in. So this lady, someone on Instagram, I know I'm gonna pronounce it wrong, but I'll just do the Bree. I think it's Deejabri. But anyways, that was going to be a question of mine. Is the Seamoss you sell wildcrafted or pool grown? No, Seamoss is pool grown. That I can comfortably. I mean, I'm pretty much accurate. I'll say this: if the existence of pool grown exists, and the amount of people that I see have pool grown Seamoss, there would have to be a facility that we would be able to identify. You know, I think I said this earlier in the line. No facility is hiding the fact that they're growing that stuff in the pool. They don't care. You know what I mean? So if they were doing it, they wouldn't hide the. There's actually an operation growing Condorus crispus in I think it's either New Brunswick or Nova Scotia. The Arcadia Sea Company or whatever. They're making Condorus crispus that they sell in restaurants to make into a salad. And it's like a proprietary designed species that they made that's all colorful. Like it's not purple, it's got green and it's got yellow and it's got purple flowers on it. You know? So there's just no pool grooming. What it is, I believe, is that it's commercially grown sea moss. Right? And it's not dried to the weight. Like there's two ways. There's in Asia that I found there's two standards that they have. They either have it's dried to 35% or it's dried to 10%. And the stuff that's dried to 10% will look like this, right? So, but the stuff that's dried 30%, it's all soft and it's got the gummy worms and all that kind of stuff.
And so, is it good Seamoss? I don't know. You know what I mean? I haven't tested it, right? I'll say that it can't be too bad of a Seamoss because majority of the people who first try Seamoss usually try that quality of Seamoss. Like that's something people don't, they kind of overlook. Everybody's tried it. And I know when I tried it, I got results from it. Enough to make me want to keep taking it, right? But it was only after I did the research on it that I realized, it was only after I did the research on it that I realized that it wasn't the best quality and it wasn't sort of like the best value for money. Because Seamoss that weighs a pound that's 35% moisture would probably be twice the bag of a pound that's at 10% moisture because of the volume that it would reach and stuff. And so, pardon?
Do you think if you rehydrate sea moss and put it in the water, that it will keep on growing?
No. It will just spoil and decompose. Once it's kind of been, especially after it's been bleached and dried, it's kind of dead in that sense, So, but I mean, that's a good question. Really, I think I should. Maybe we can do a test. I'll ask my partner to. But this is the thing: if you put it in the water, it would have to be seawater.
Right.
Because if it's not in seawater, it's not going to grow.
I'm down for like all that stuff. Even I was just thinking like, even if someone was to actually be like, "Yo, I'm about to try and grow some cool sea moss for y'all," it's like like even stuff like that is good. It's good for the culture of everything because I think even if someone can't do it and they go, "Oh, see, I told you it's cool, even though it will work against it, it's just good to bring up the facts and especially if you do it at a place just to show people, okay, if you could do it, not saying you can, but if you could do it, you show the people how it's done and what the quality that it comes out, what happens, does it taste the same, with the the texture of it, how to spot it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just good all around. Even though I know it could work against, it could be a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm. True.
I'm down for it.
Yeah. So I got someone coming in on the Instagram live. How do you pronounce your name? Because I know I'm gonna. You cut off. Just as she was saying it, it was like it stopped the screen. I think she might have got disconnected. See, this blasted Instagram. It never works as good as it's supposed to.
Oh, Julian, before she comes back in, you should bring in someone that's like a diver. Can also farm or whatever. And can also talk about all of it.
Do you know how I've been fucking trying my hardest to get one of these guys to come in and talk to us. Yeah, even my partner, I've been having issues like just doing the timing. Right now it's difficult. One, because of when we start. It's we start at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and it's 10:30 their time. And these guys go to bed early because they're up at 5. Like the whole country is up at 5 in the morning. It's crazy. Yeah. But hang on, she's back. How do you pronounce your name? Is it?
You actually said it correct. My phone died. Sorry.
So it's Deej Bree?
Yes.
Awesome.
But I go by DJ.
Cool.
So I just had a question because I do have a business where I sell Seamoss. I also sell. I make my own lemonades and I infuse it with Seamoss.
Cool.
But I'm currently in search of just different distributors, just to kind of see what's out there because I have ran into before the what did you say, commercially grown? Yeah,
the commercially grown Seamoss, usually from Asia.
I have had some of that before, and as you said, it wasn't the best quality to me. I wasn't a huge fan.
Mhm.
So just kind of in search of different, like just seeing what the difference in that quality is. But you nailed it to the T when you explained it. So that's like perfect.
Mhm.
However, I was going to ask too, because I do travel a lot. So is there a way that I can come to, if I come there, can I meet with you?
Yes. So, well, you can go to St. Lucia and you can meet with my partner because I'm not in St. Lucia. But
Okay.
what we have started now is basically creating like a day tour that we charge. Because what would happen in the past is that we were all nice, oh, come down, yeah, we'll show you the stuff. And people would have us go all the way, show them all the stuff and everything. And then my partner, like, or the person doing the job would not get any compensation for it. And so there's gas, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
that's in there. There's wear on the car. There's all this stuff, even just this time. And it'd be different if we, you know, at the end of the day, we made this big sale. But a lot of times it hasn't happened. And so we had a meeting recently about it, and we've decided that, yes, we'll do it, right? Like if you just want to meet him, he'll meet you no charge. But if you wanted him to take you to the Seamoss farm, introduce you to the farmers, get you in the water, show you how the stuff is grown, everything, let you take pictures and everything, we're going to charge like a day for that, and it will cost like 200 US. But I guarantee you it will be way more, like the value will be like 5 times. Just the footage alone that you'll get from them is huge. And he'll let you speak to farmers, ask questions, everybody, everything.
Okay.
Yeah. You can even take Seamoss home with you. Like we'll have you dry some Seamoss and do the bleaching part. And if you're there long enough, then you know that would be.
That was going to be my next question. About how long of a trip would you recommend to get the full experience, to get as much details and research as I need for myself? What is the length of
At least
trip you would recommend?
as long as you can take. The more time you can spend with these guys. You know what I mean? A lot of times when I was there, right, I got stuck there for 8 months, but I would, you know, go there and work with the farmer for a whole day. You know what I mean? And do whatever he told me to do. Pick that line, do that shit. Like a lot of like schlepping shit. Do you know what I mean? But I learned a lot, and I could have questions when I was there and stuff. So.
Okay, the process to outside of just like a day trip, if I did want to do that whole working with the farmer, would I just ask them once I got there, or is that something I could set up prior to getting there so that I could just kind of have everything aligned already?
You could set that up with me. You know what I mean? For sure. And either I would get my partner to like facilitate everything, or I would just introduce you to one of the farmers that we have in our network. You know what I mean? And you can just deal with them direct. Pardon?
Where are you located?
So I'm in Toronto, Canada right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you could send me that information, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
I love to get on top of that as soon as possible.
Okay. So what exact information would you need? I guess like a way to get a hold of my partner to get more the.
Just a way to get a hold of kind of the best areas to go to. You know, just so it's not too far away. Just things of that. Just like the basic details of where the farm is, where just so that I can plan the trip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So most of the farms in St. Lucia are found in the south end of the island, close to the airport. A good hotel to stay near there would be Coconut Bay. But there's also like villas and stuff that you can rent. You know what I mean? Definitely, my partner will be able to help you find like a short stay place that you can stay at that's near the water. If you can rent a car, or even arrange to have someone be like kind of like your driver, so that you can go around and get things done. And yeah, I mean, ideally, I would try to spend at least 2 weeks, a week here. You'll learn a lot. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to book a 3-day trip. If, like you say, you recommend 7 days. I want to get the best experience because I also just want to make sure that I'm actually selling a quality product.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's more important about actually knowing where it's coming from, where it's being bought. I think for me, that's just very important for my business, just to have that under my belt.
Oh, most definitely. You know what I mean? The more information you have, it's the harder it will be for someone to question your product and what you're doing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
It's
I'm growing at a very fast rate to be such a small business. So for me, I want to just ensure that for myself. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that.
no problem. My pleasure. My pleasure. And congratulations on the growth of your business. Like it's growing. It's not easy to grow these businesses. You know.
Oh yeah, sure. It's definitely hard.
Yeah.
Some days I die, some days I don't.
And what area are you in?
I'm located in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. There's not a lot of people in Tennessee.
I just moved here from Chicago, so I started my business in Chicago.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there's not a lot of people in Tennessee that are doing it. You know.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's probably one of the reasons why you're growing so much. You know.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, if you could just. Well, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, are you making the gels? What are you? No, I'm here just fucking. Excuse my language. I'm just here packaging Seamoss. I got all the time in the world. It's me and Rio now. I think Maria did, on Clubhouse. She probably had to bow out because it's getting late. She's got a kid, and the kid's probably gonna get up soon or something. But no, I'm like behind orders. I think I'm gonna have to like live here for the next couple of days.
Oh,
yeah.
So do they send their Seamoss to you, or you just are distributed?
Sorta. What it is so the business consists of me and my partner. His name's Ashen, and so he basically is. Hey Todd, what's up? He basically runs all of St. Lucia. So anything that happens on the island there, he deals with. So if we need stuff like we just brought in these cinnamon sticks, so he gets that. He gets the star anise. He figures out who to buy it from and stuff like that, and then we package it all up in a box, and then we ship it here. And then my responsibility is the marketing, the promotion, and the distribution. Yeah. So that's how we do the team, and it's a good partnership. It works really well. You know, we're both happy with each other. I hope. I mean, if he's not happy, he's probably not telling me. He's a pretty good actor, because I'll be clueless. But yeah, and we just sell Seamoss all over the world, I guess. And
do you do powder form as well, or just the actual raw form?
We're getting into the powder. I think we recently made an agreement with someone on the islands. Like we're going to get it, like another company to make it for us or something.
Okay.
Yeah. That's so sorry. I haven't gotten the samples yet to see or the pricing, but I know it's coming. Yeah. And that's yeah. So hey Todd, what's up?
What up? What up? I haven't been on one of these in a minute, man.
I know, right?
I forgot you be on so late.
Well, just lucky for you tonight because I'm still at the warehouse and having to pack up all these gold packs because I got like a stack of fucking orders to do. Oh,
that's right. That's right. That's good. That's good news, huh?
Yeah. I'm not complaining. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And got a new shipment of Seamoss.
Okay.
And so I'm really excited with the quality and the appearance and stuff like that.
Your shipment, is it a mixed match or is it like primarily gold or what is it?
So I've got mostly gold. So the whole order was about 3,000 pounds. I have about maybe 2,000 pounds of gold and about 500 pounds of purple, 200 pounds of green, and 300 pounds of full spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I got a bunch of spices too. Cinnamon sticks, nutmeg, bay leaves, soursop leaves, ground cinnamon, ginger party powder. I have star anise, but honestly, dude, I don't even think I have enough to sell. It's like this is the bag of star anise that I have.
Star anise. What is?
Star anise?
Yeah, what is it?
It's like this licorice shit. You know, I think they make ouzo. You know what the ouzo is?
Nah.
Ouzo is this Greek alcohol, but
Oh, okay.
you know that liqueur or alcohol that you taste that tastes like licorice.
Yeah.
That's made with
Yeah.
star anise.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still get? Did you get any Bob on Day?
No, I haven't got the Bob one day. Next shipment. Although I did find a couple sticks. So if you wanted like if you place an order and you want me to like send you like a sample or a little bit, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I just
You're
like
gonna start selling it down the line.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I had a whole bunch of it, and then what had happened was I was kind of scared to sell it because I've never tried it. DJ, I don't know. Have you heard of Bob one day?
No, I
So it's a male enhancement kind of herb. It's similar to marijuana. You ever heard of marijuana?
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, so that is similar to that. So Bwabunde translates in Creole to hardwood.
Yep.
Yeah, and so it makes your shit hard,
Oh,
like a rock. But before, like, because I've tried it a few times, right? I'm very impressed with it. But in the beginning, I heard of just a bunch of stories, you know, and stories like from my uncle and shit, where he told me the guy went and did this. He it's such a funny story I got to tell you. So he tells me this is my like when someone explains to me the story about Bob one day, he tells me, yeah, this man he went to go bang this big booty girl, right? And so because she was such a challenge, he had to down the Bob one day, and he took too much. So he goes and attacks the girl, and the girl, like 3 hours, 4 hours go by, and she runs out of the house naked, screaming, "Ah!" You know? He's still going strong, you know? He's trying to get rid of it, trying to get it go down. Nothing goes down. He says then they had to go to the hospital, and they had to slice it to drain the blood because it was so, like, you know, the blood started getting blue and whatever. Like, he had a heart on for like 4 days.
4 days straight?
Yeah, something like that. Like something like ridiculous. So yeah, and this is why I was scared to try it and to give it to anybody. You know what I mean? Because imagine when I get it, it's just these sticks. So no one told me use this much of the stick, use that. You know what I mean? This is how you make it. I had to figure that out, right? But I learned that you boil it like a tea. You know what I mean? And just you drink it slowly. You don't want to drink too much in a short period of time. But it is like nature's Viagra, and it lasts like a long time. Like it's like you take a couple cups and like you're good for like the week. Yeah, and then not only are your erections harder, but when the male orgasms, it's like amazing. It's like you feel like you're 16 again.
Okay.
Yeah, and it actually works well for the women too. But I don't know. I haven't given it to any females to know exactly how it's like.
I have because I do herbs as well. I have like horny goat meat. Maca is really good for women as well. But I do that in the powder form.
Yeah, check out Bob one day. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I'm trying to get it now. Now I kind of figured out how to sell it, and so I'm going to price it based on the weight of the sticks. Yeah, and then we'll do it. And like one stick can last a while because you can reboil it. Like I've taken the same stick and boiled it 2-3 times, and it'll work out. A lot of times, what the guys do is they'll put it in a liquor, like you know when you see the spice rum.
Yeah.
That usually has Bob one day in the spice rum. Yeah, especially if it's in the Caribbean, they'll have that in there. That and sarsaparilla and a few other, other herbs.
I do that in powder form as well.
Oh, cool. That's cool. So you must have a lot of products besides Seamoss then.
I do herbs as well, so different tea blends. I was doing specific blends at first, so I would just make this like an energy blend, or endurance blend, blend for immunity, a blend for respiratory. But I'm just coming to the conclusion that just takes a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather, kind of where I'm going with my business is I'd rather provide that information in like a blog aspect, give a recipe, and here's how you can make this, and then just sell my herbs wholesale.
Yeah.
Because I have a tent actually in one of my rooms here, and I'm looking to start growing my own herb.
Oh, cool.
So I want to move from like making actual blends and making those things up to just I have the herbs. I can provide you recipes for free, and then you can just buy the herbs from me and make your own.
Well, what about those that don't want to make their own herbs? And they want
for that, well, not like make their own herbs, but just make their own blends.
Yeah.
But what I'm considering for that aspect, so I'm passing my hands with that as well. What I consider for that is making kits instead of like actually putting the blends together. I'll just make a kit and provide the different herbs that go in that blend and sell that.
And it's because you just want to save the time of having to mix it together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And also for me, it's just like, it's more therapeutic. It's the therapeutic side of like being able to blend it together yourself. That aspect. Because I feel like, and that's just me being very blunt and honest, if you don't have the time to make it yourself, then my product isn't for you.
Fair enough.
So that's kind of how I like looked at that, because it takes a lot of my time too when I make things fresh to order, and then people, at first when I first started, people would say, "Oh, I want to buy this," and they don't pay, and then I made a blend and I was just sitting. I just want to avoid all of that at this point. So I work smart and not hard.
Sure. Yeah, and those are good ideas, and I think they make sense. But I do know that there's always a mark, like where there's the market, where there's the do-it-yourselfers, there's also the guys that are too lazy to do. They want to do it themselves, but they don't have the time and for it. And I see a market of in the future where we're going to be taking more of these tea blends, because everybody's going to be more into the herbs and stuff like that. But to have the time to educate yourself on every herbs and stuff, most people are like, no, I'll just dunk this in my tea every morning before I go. And so I see a market where it's like people will be making, like they'll be selling teas. Do you know what I mean? Like there'll be a market of people that will sell these herbal tea that are already pre-mixed and thing. And like, one's a slimming tea, another one's, energy tea.
Which is what I do now. Yeah. Essentially, that's what I do. But I mean, and that makes sense too. Well, would you recommend a smarter way to kind of, because I don't know, like
I would mix.
Best way of still going about that.
I would mix all the herbs in one big batch and sell it like a product. You know what I mean? Like this
is. That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what I do now. It's just a matter of the tea blends, like they sell, but the Seamoss sells more.
Yeah.
So it's like then I start to have just loads of different blends just sitting.
And do they how do you say it? Do they go bad after a while?
Not necessarily. If you keep in the mason jar, typically stored in a cool and dry place, they usually last up to 6 months, which isn't bad. But I guess it's also part of just transparent. I haven't really pushed my tea blends as much as I probably could have also, because the Seamoss is what was really selling. So I just started putting more time and energy into that aspect and different products that I can make with that. So I guess that's partly my fault for not really pushing the tea blends. Because like you say, it is definitely a market for it.
But you can always go back to it. If the Seamoss is working, work the Seamoss now. Right. Do you know what I mean? Learn what you learned from the Seamoss, and then come back to the herbs later with those lessons, and you by then you'll figure out a way to do it smarter. Do you know what I mean? But if the business, go where the business is. Right. Do you know what I mean? Like don't like it's like if they're selling hotcakes over here, don't try and convince people that they need to buy bananas. Do you know what I mean? Go sell hotcakes with those guys. Right. And then later on, with all those people that you sold the bananas to, or those hotcakes to, then you can come around and be like, hey, by the way, I got bananas now. Do you know what I'm saying? So look at it like every person that you're dealing with the Seamoss, just focus on the Seamoss, serve them, make them happy, get the customers, keep their, you know, their information. And then when you're ready to go do the tea, then you line up the tea. Or even find someone else that wants to do the tea and work with them and tell them, look, I'll, you know, make the teas for me and we'll split it, or we'll do some kind of, you know, kind of profit split or whatever. Because you don't like making the blends or how it makes you feel, let someone else who doesn't care do it. And then you just make money off it by using your community or your market to share with them. But make sure that it's all done through you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pardon?
No, I just said thank you. I appreciate that.
No, my pleasure. That's part of the reason why I do this.
Just taking all those notes.
No, you gotta take notes when you're on my live streams. It's a pen and paper kind of affair because
Man, all the time. I feel like that wherever I go, I'm just sitting around people just that I want to learn from. I'm always taking notes. So I want to learn. This is not it. You may not hear it again, so I can just take everything in. Just be a sponge.
that's what you gotta be, a sponge, and put it out there. So you were saying earlier, like, how are you marketing your products? By pop-up shops or?
Currently mostly pop-up shops. When I first started, in 2019. When I first started, it was basically just word of mouth and Facebook. Basically, literally, I started on Facebook. I actually just made an Instagram not too long ago. So, really, it's just been word of mouth. And then when I moved from Chicago to Nashville, it's pretty much an entrepreneurial world here. So I do a lot of pop-up shops, and from there I get word of mouth spread as well. But it's just like at the rate of how I'm growing, it's just like, yeah, it's I'm growing to where I'm like, I still want to focus. I do love doing teams, but it's just that time consuming when the demand is the Seamoss products. So it makes sense, like you said, just focus where the business is right now.
And you can come back to it.
And always come back, circle back.
Yeah, and it will probably be better because you'll have a bigger customer base, so you'll learn more from that experience selling the Seamoss, and you'll have money from the Seamoss that you could put into the tea to make it stronger. Sorry, my thing just.
Yeah, I haven't started doing any ads or anything as of yet, but that is where I'm like headed to next. I'm trying to start doing like ads, and I'm actually in the procedure right now of rebranding. Just because I'm adding different services, because I fix personal credit, I do business credit, and I also do travel agency part time as well. So just trying to merge everything into one while it makes sense. So I'm in the stages of rebranding, which is why I was like, well, if I can just kind of cut back on the tea aspect and focus on the Seamoss for now in this rebrand, that would make more sense. And then, like you said, just circle back. I can always circle back to that.
But so, are you going to try and blend the travel agency and everything else into the Seamoss, or?
Well, yes, ultimately, because with what I do with travel, I have the ability to pretty much, I can advertise where I'm promoting a free trip. Through through my business. If you purchase this, you get entered in for a free trip. Whoever gets pulled from the raffle. Just finding ways to connect the dots for all of the things that I do. Because I can do a multitude of things. I consider myself a serial entrepreneur where I have multiple businesses in different areas, but I love and I want to pursue them all. So I'm finding ways to connect and tie it all to where my mission makes sense for everything that I do. And that's why I'm just in the process now of rebranding myself so that it can make complete sense.
Okay, take your time and don't be in such an effort to put everything all together into one package. Because one of the things, like, it's there's nothing wrong with having all these separate businesses, but sometimes the business is just better to be separate and not controlled. One of the things that I saw in St. Lucia that I thought was a little sort of out there and wacky is that they would have a business where the guy was, say, selling selling barbecue, right? And then he was also doing cleaning, and then he was also doing this, and then it's so the sign of his business had like it was just too cluttered, and as a consumer, it's not easy for us to make a decision. Like it's like, well, what are you? Are you this? Are you that? Are you, are you selling travel? Are you selling Seamoss? But there's nothing wrong to incorporate some of them together. Whereas you're using your travel agency to provide promotions for the people in your Seamoss and stuff, but don't put them under the same brand to say that that's one company. Do you know what I mean? It's almost better to keep them separate, but have them working together.
Right.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's exactly what it is because they're all different names, essentially. But I'm just kind of, like you said, using them to promote one another because a lot of people who know me, they follow me and for different things. So some people know me from traveling a lot. Some people know me from my business aspect. So just make it, like I said, just trying to make it all make sense without overdoing it. It's kind of where I'm at in that process. But I totally get what you're saying. So that makes sense.
Cool. Where's that noise coming from? Is someone watching TV? Is that you?
Let me turn the television down right quick.
I was like, what is that noise? I was trying to be polite at first, but I was like, what's up, bro?
How you doing, sir?
Good. How you doing?
Bro, I buy pounds and pounds of Seamoss from you on the past year, over 100 pounds, and I just want to say that y'all Seamoss is the best one that I tried.
Well, hang on. Let me get my screen recorder on this. Okay, can you repeat that again? No, I'm kidding. No.
Seamoss is the best Seamoss for a person to take. I also am an entrepreneur selling your Seamoss with my branding. I sell smoothies, and I also sell lemonade.
Me too.
Yeah,
lemonade with Seamoss.
This is one of the best business ventures that I can say that I have been on, keeping people healthy and also getting healthy myself and learning more and more about it. So I was trying to figure out how I could be able to travel to where y'all at to see if I could get more of a distribution from
Let's
y'all.
go together.
I was just about to say that.
Earlier. Let's plan a trip and go together. I just asked him that earlier.
I'm in the Bay Area. I'm in San Francisco.
I'm in Nashville.
Oh, Nashville. Okay, Tennessee. Yeah, that'll be a good thing because I already got my LLC started with the business, and I'm already, I see a bunch of Seamoss in a bunch of different stores, and now I'm trying to go out there because I know y'all send it a lot of places, but instead of y'all sending it to a lot of places, I'm trying to get it sent direct to me so I can be a user in the Bay Area.
Do it.
So yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. So now I'm asking you personally because I'm trying to figure out where are y'all located. Y'all in St. Lucia's?
Yep. So
that's the Caribbean or something, right?
Yeah. So I'm in Toronto, Canada right now. Right.
Okay.
But my partner, who runs the business part on the island, he does all the procuring of the Seamoss. He's in St. Lucia, and where St. Lucia is located is in the it's called the Lesser Andes or the Windward Islands. So there's a chain of islands that come down south of Florida. It's a little bit south of Jamaica and shit, and it's just this little chain, and it's St. Vincent, St. Martin, Martinique. Or not Saint. There's St. Vincent, Martinique, There's a Guadalupe. There's a whole Dominica. There's a whole chain of them. We're not too far from Barbados. Do you know where Barbados is?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're just Barbados is like a little bit, I think, east of us.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're on that same sort of like level or latitude.
Because I just had a company make me a special lemonade with alkaline water, brown sugars, green sea moss, my purple sea moss that I get from y'all. I haven't really tried to have them put the gold in the lemonade yet because I put the gold in my smoothies that I make.
Mm-hmm.
And I also do little pop-up shops where people come get the sea moss, or I sell out with my lemonade and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's more people, finding better ways to ingest it because it is kind of hard for people that's getting into it to really ingest it the right way. So I'm just trying to get people hip on trying to take the sea moss instead of just selling it to them. And I don't want to be that person to say you something that you don't know about. I want to give you the knowledge and the wisdom in order to really have better health. Because this is just one of the things that we need for better health in this time of chaos that we going through with this fake man-made disease that they got going on.
So true. So true. And there's so much room to get into it with I guess like what I'm trying to say is like Seamoss complements so many different herbs and stuff like that. And so it's like you can add this in to other stuff, soursop leaves, burdock root, you know what I mean? Elderberries, that kind of stuff. And so that can be something where you can come up with a line of drinks or a line of products that have the different herbs in them and stuff. But I do think that not enough people are going out and really hitting the local stores and trying to get the product in like a mass quantity in like chains and stuff like that. And so, that could be you. You know what I mean? I think it's really a matter, like people are afraid to do it, but I think it really is a matter of just making a phone call. Like the amount of times the deals can be done with just a phone call and everybody thinks there's some special proprietary method to be done. It's like, no, you just call them up and ask. You know what I mean? And usually you might get a no, but they'll tell you where you need to go to get the answer. You know what I mean? And so I'm okay with that. Yeah, say no to me. As long as I know where to go, then, because they'll say, oh, you have to speak to this person or that person or whatever. And a tip that I can give you that we're trying is that we have a term. So I'm working with these guys in Montreal, Canada. They're selling them to all the local health food stores there. And what we do is we package it and we sell it to them on consignment. We give them 30 days terms. So they take the product. They have 30 days to sell it. After 30 days, if they want, they can return it, or you can come back and replenish the stock of what they want. You know what I mean? So far, no one has said no to the product. Everybody's taken it. And what we do is we sell it in 3.5 ounce packages. So we give them 5 packs per color. So that's 5 gold, 5 purple, 5 green, and so they're selling 15. And I think what we sell them for is we're selling to them for $15 a package, and they can retail it for anywhere from $29 to $25. These are Canadian prices that I'm giving you, but you can use it as the same example. So they're making $10 off each product, right? Which, on a consignment deal, it's kind of like a no-brainer. You know what I mean? If they don't like it, they get to return the product, no risk, right? And so that $15, what is it? So they're making $150 off those 15 packs. You're making the same thing, 115. Or no, wait, what was the math there? It's my math is so bad when I'm tired. 15 is that 75? No, 750. 15 times 15, 225. So that's how much you're making off the those 15 packages. The amount of Listen, dude, I sell Seamoss like I'm selling weed. And so that's the way I flipped up. It was like,
But
another,
that's the way you gotta look at it. Cause
Yeah.
I'm from California, and the way I push my CMOS is the same way I distribute my marijuana that I have.
yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Cause I have a legal business also on marijuana, so I'm trying to get it all the way around. Cause I'm trying to make CBD products with the CMOS. I'm looking for many other things to change the game with it. Like, cause I seen a health food store that was making it with a pig gelatin, and that ain't right. Y'all making it with a pig gelatin pill. That ain't what, man. Cause I don't even eat pork, so I don't know why y'all would even try to consume that type of goodness with something so bad. So, and that's in Whole Foods, and that's out here in San Francisco. I see that in the Whole Foods, like y'all selling pig intestine wrapped around with Seamoss. That ain't right.
What? Pigs in Seamoss?
No, there's the capsule.
Oh, is not vegan. Yeah,
made from pork.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Because most of the people that like to consume Seamoss tend to have a vegan diet or a close to vegan diet. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why they're taking the Seamoss, because it adds to that diet.
Exactly.
So someone didn't do their research. Someone didn't understand the assignment.
That part.
Yeah.
So getting back to my math though here. So at $2.25 for the 15 packs, you're going to use 3.5 pounds approximately. It's actually 3.28 pounds of Seamoss. At $30 a pound, that's $105, right? Minus that from the $2.25, you're making $125 off each store, right, per month. Now, if you had 100 stores that you could do, then that's $1,200 a month. You know what I mean? But that's only on 15 packages. If they doubled that and sold more, which they probably could in a month in a store, you could double that. You know what I mean? But even to make that much money, and you're just dropping off the packages to them. Do you know what I mean? That's not bad.
Yeah, it isn't.
No. And I don't know, maybe the number's off. That doesn't seem right. So it's $120 times 100. No, that is $1,200. Okay. I remember I worked one example before where it was like I showed. See, that's right. See, 100 stores times $120. I knew the math was wrong. That's $12,000. So even if you got, sorry,
your phone freezing.
Yeah, you know what happened? It goes to sleep for some reason, and then I gotta try and open it, and it's difficult for me to open the phone. It's irritating. So my math was wrong. It's actually, if you sold 100 stores and made $120 off each store, that's $12,000, which is even better. You know what I mean? And at that price, if you could get 100 stores off your belt to do that much, you could probably pay someone $2,000 or $3,000 to do all that work.
Yeah. Yeah, because now I see what you're talking about. Because I'm actually in process of making my own packaging. So I'm trying to see what I'm gonna do, because it's a few Whole Food stores out here, like in a few health stores in the Bay Area that's some different kind of Seamoss. It's not like y'all's. It's not as good as y'all's. They sell it. They sell it, and it got a white mermaid on it.
Yeah, Angel brand and stuff. So that's the commercial Seamoss that's commercially grown. That's dried to 35%. That's why it's got that whatchamacallit. Hey, good night, Real. Thanks for joining us. Real's tapping out. It's getting late for him. But that's the stuff we were talking about earlier. about the quality and the volume. And so that sea moss that you see, the reason why it's thick is because it was not dried to what we normally dry it at. Theirs is rated, I think, like 35% that it gets dried to, and then this stuff here would be considered 10%. This would be, I guess, the formulation or whatever the rate is that they say it is. That's 10%, and the thicker stuff is 30. So
Yeah, because taking it, moss. I got shot. I say like 16 years ago, right?
Sorry to hear that.
Every day for the past 15 years, regular bowel movement. When my friend put me onto the Seamoss, my bowel movement got way better. No pain, no nothing. Like natural. Like it just made me feel so much better. Like you don't know. Like I make sure I take it every day so I don't feel that stomach pain that I used to feel. Because I don't want stomach pain to come back. Like and it was causing me so much. Like it was stopping me from working and doing the things that I need to be done.
Wow.
Like my daily duties, like waking grog and not being able to do my daily tasks. Like, you know, I work construction, so it was hard for me to get up sometimes. So once I started taking the Seamoss, it was like giving me a boost of energy. My stomach is clearing out. Like I'm losing weight. Like I lost 15 pounds.
Oh, that's awesome.
Without exercising or nothing, just changing my diet, putting more Seamoss in my diet, stuff like that.
That's what it does. What I find that Seamoss does is it regulates your metabolism. So it helps you, you know what I mean, sort of like get more balance with your weight and stuff. And sort of like what your ideal weight is supposed to be is what you'll end up getting to, you know? So yeah. No, I'm glad all this amazing stuff has been happening for you.
Man, I'm gonna make sure I finish getting in contact with y'all. Besides that, I'm gonna make sure me and my business partner that actually, you know, that I'm doing it with, we get in contact with y'all this week. My name is Rico.
Okay, Rico.
Partner name is Ryan, and we're gonna be doing more business with y'all.
Yeah, man, I'm excited to hear that. And
do y'all sell fruit?
Pardon?
That's what I wanted to ask. Do y'all sell anything else besides Seamoss? Do y'all sell fruit? Do y'all sell roots like Takat Ali, the sour sap powder? Like, do y'all have any of that type of stuff?
So we were just talking about it today. So I just got these new stuff. This is fresh cinnamon sticks, right? And like these were basically, I think these are the original cinnamon sticks, not the ones that are sold commercially. But this would, like, a guy hand cut these. Like, and I have a video. I think it's on my Instagram, but I can post it later when I find it. It's a video of a guy with a log, and I basically videotape him making these sticks and how he kind of peels the wood back to do it, and then they put it out to dry. So I have these. This is something that we're checking out that I think is going to be very popular. It's called Cola Nuts. Kola nuts. And they have it's like they drink it like a coffee, and it's got a lot of energy and mental clarity and stuff like that. And yeah, it's supposed to be good. And then I have some ginger powder. This is fresh homemade. And this ginger powder, like when you smell it, you guys can't smell it, but it's like really like strong and sort of like fresh. Like it looked like you just cut a ginger and smell. You know what I mean? It has that kind of scent to it. So I have those, and then these are the soursop leaves that I have.
Okay.
So I have these, and then I also have bay leaves and nutmeg, and another thing called, we were just talking about, I don't have any more now, but I'm going to get some more soon, called Boisbondet. And bois bondet, translate in Creole, it stands for hardwood. And it's like a male enhancement. It's from a tree, and it grows wild all over St. Lucia. And so they cut these trees into sticks, and then they use the sticks, usually in like an alcohol drink or whatever. They'll make like a spice rum, but you can also boil it like a tea, and then you can drink it. And it works with women and men, but it works really well with men. Whereas it's more of a like a natural kind of Viagra. And
One of my older friends, an older man that I've been knowing for years, just asked me, did I have anything to stimulate him? I'm gonna go in there and look, and I'm gonna have to order that for him.
yeah, when I get it in stock, you can order. I don't have any now. But although if you place an order of Seamoss soon and mention it, say, hey, Julian, I talked to you on the live stream, I might have a sticker too that I can just throw in for you as a sample to try. But I have to get some more in there. Because I haven't, honestly, I didn't even really sell. I sold them to some people, but not on the website because it was so new and I didn't even try it myself that I was like afraid to give it away to people and have them use it. Because like my uncle told me a story about how a guy like had to go to the hospital because he had a hard on for 3 days and it wouldn't go down. And so imagine, and even me when I was drinking, it was like, you know, I drink, wait a half an hour, okay. Good. Yeah, but there was times where I did drink too much, and it was like during the day, I'm like, oh, you know, thinking about dead puppies or something because I don't want to stand up, and I'm like directly at attention because it would just get hard all of a sudden. You know what I mean? And you're just like, fuck on. Yeah, man.
But if you, I ain't gonna lie, you know, Seamoss kind of give you that adrenaline too, some type of way, like, you know, for a man though.
Seamoss is great for it.
Yeah, it definitely is. I ain't tried no other herbs except for Seamoss and the Tacat.
Yeah, when I was first, like when I was in my teenage years, like my first sort of experience with Seamoss, that's what we were using it for. It was all male enhancement. You know what I mean? It was like the endurance thing. My girlfriend at the time hated it. When my friend came from Bermuda and I would be like, bro, you got the stuff? She'd be just like, oh, fuck, not this shit again. She's like, I don't want a baby. I don't want to have any kids.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, sir. And yeah. I'll call y'all sometime this week. And it's nice meeting you too, man. You too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Reach out to me, guys. What I have is, and I don't have the link handy here, else I put it, but I started this Calendly app. And so you guys can schedule a time to have like a one-on-one call with me. And like, just like how we gave, like I helped you out with the ideas here with that stuff, you know what I mean? That's kind of like what the purpose of the call is. It's more about to kind of discuss your plans and ideas and just give my opinion on what I would do in your shoes. And what I've learned is sometimes, you know, doing this business is hard. Doing any like entrepreneur business is hard. And for the most part, it's lonely. Like it's hard to talk to people, to explain your ideas. Most of the people don't get it and they give you shitty advice. Sometimes you need someone to just say, hey, there is light at that end of the tunnel. Do you know what I mean? You can go down that path and don't worry, you're not going to fall off a cliff 10 steps in. You know what I mean? Because that's what we're all afraid of. You know what I mean? And if I have to give one advice to anybody or to anybody starting businesses, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to screw up, right? What's most important is making sure that you don't do anything that catastrophically destroys your business. As long as you can recover from those mistakes, they're not mistakes. They're just experiences. And you just remember the experiences and you draw on them.
Yeah.
Right? But if you worry about making mistakes, then you're never going to get the business going because you're always going to fuck up. I fuck up all the time. Every day, every week, something fucks up. Do you know what I mean? But it's how I recover from those fuck ups that keep me in business.
Yeah. Yep. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And so
That's true.
that's what you got to do. Just go out and do it, and don't worry about doing it unless just don't do anything that's going to catastrophically destroy the business, and it'll be good.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
So yeah, and anytime you want to make like a schedule, an appointment with me, I'm always free, like
Okay.
within those schedule parameters. But I'm always willing to help and talk to people because not only does it help you, but it also inspires me being able to talk to people and share my ideas and stuff like that. And sometimes I come up with ideas that I didn't even think about at the time until we had that conversation.
Very true.
Yeah. So it's a win-win for everybody. That's why I do it. Yeah.
I appreciate you kindly. Definitely appreciate you for taking the time.
My pleasure.
But yeah, if you could just still send me your partner or farmer, whoever, the information for that, so I can get my trip set up as ASAP, that would be lovely.
So I'll try to remember to do it in the morning, but just so you know now, his handle on Instagram is Boss Seamoss.
Boss Seamoss, okay.
Yeah. So if you go at Boss Seamoss, he's the only at Boss Seamoss. And he is the Boss Seamoss of St. Lucia. It was funny, when I first met him, he told me that he's like, everybody calls me. Is it a guy? I can't see.
Yes, a guy.
Yeah. There's me on the screen there too.
Okay.
That's me down there eating food. So
that is you.
Yeah. So I didn't. I when he first told me it, he's like, yeah, everybody calls me Boss Seamoss. I'm like, fuck off. No one calls you Boss Seamoss. What are you talking about? Right? This is full of shit. That's just something you tell people. And he's like, no man. I'm the Boss Seamoss, man. Right? And so one day we were out doing something stupid, like in the middle of nowhere, like the Heights, nowhere near Seamoss, anything. And we're walking out of this store. And as we're walking out of the store, this kid rolls down on a bike and pops a wheelie and is like, yo, Boss Seamoss, what one? And he kind of looks at me like,
okay, he really is the Boss Seamoss. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's funny. Okay, cool beans. I just followed him too.
Yeah.
Good to know. Yeah, I'll definitely be setting up a time too on your calendar so I can chat with you more, just to learn more, pick your brain, things like that.
For sure. And I mean, I'm happy to do it. I've been like, how do I put it? All my life, I've been running my own businesses. I haven't really worked a 9-to-5 job since I was like 20. Right? Before I was doing Seamoss, and I still do it now. I sell houses in Toronto. So I'm a licensed realtor and I'm a real estate investor. And then before that, I had a car business. We were selling used cars out of a dealer. Like we had our own car dealership, me and my buddy.
Yeah.
And then before that, I had a computer store where I was selling computers and then doing custom computer service. So companies would hire us to go in and fix their computers or maintain their computers and their networks and shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've done a lot. You know what I mean? I have that experience growing businesses. So.
Yeah.
I can definitely, I love to share my knowledge,
Oh, yeah. I'm here for it. Yes. Okay, well, I won't take up any more of your time, and I'm going to go to sleep as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to sleep too because we're the last ones. Like, the whole time I have, Clubhouse going, I have YouTube, I have Facebook, and I have Instagram. There was all these people, but then as soon as, I think 3:15 came around, it was like everybody's like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So you're the last one, you know what I mean?
Okie dokie. Well, yeah. Thanks for talking to me and chatting with me, though.
No, my pleasure.
I'll definitely be in contact for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you again. I appreciate it.
No, it was my pleasure. Thank you for joining and participating and yeah. And with that, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. It was a pretty good night. A lot of talking. Jeez, I started at 9:30 and it's now 3:30. 5.5 hours of straight talking of Seamoss. Jesus, that's a lot. That's quite a bit. You got to love Seamoss to put that kind of time in, for sure. And with that said, I'm excited to come back again and see you guys next Wednesday in the evening. Most people, I was hoping that
I didn't think I was going to do this late, so I was supposed to announce a special promotion and deals that I'm going to do for Black Friday. So I am going to do that, although right now I don't know how many people are going to know about it because not too many people are watching. But tune in next Wednesday, and you will be able to see me and talk more about Seamoss, and I will share all the promotions and stuff that I'm going to be doing for Black History Month. All right. And with that, I'm going to close out the night and finish packing up this Seamoss and get some sleep before I got to get back here. I'm probably going to be back here in like 4 hours to pack more Seamoss. It's a never-ending saga. Okay, thank you, and until we see each other again, have a great day, and don't forget to take your Seamoss. Take care.